Oh, wow. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us at the 2021 MFA Design for Social Innovation Thesis Show, live in the theater. My name is Mia Osaki. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the chair of Design for Social Innovation, what we call DSI, at the School of Visual Arts in New York City. To be standing here in front of all of you today at the SVA Theater once again, on a sunny day in New York, is an indescribable feeling of exhilaration, of relief, of gratitude, of strength, of vulnerability, and especially of celebration to the accomplishments of this incredible graduating class of 2021. To see each of your faces in person, even behind these masks, so many emotions. I'd like to take a moment first to remember where we've been and collectively what we've been through. For those of you who don't know me, I love to gather. It's very important to me. And us gathering today is so meaningful in many ways. We gather here in New York City. I'd like to start off with a land acknowledgement, recognizing that we're standing on the tribal land of the Lenape, the indigenous people of this region. We pay respect to the many tribes, and past and present, and acknowledge that we continue to benefit from the forceful occupation of these lands. We acknowledge this as a point of reflection as we all work towards the dismantling of colonial practices. We gather here in person, socially distanced, remembering that we're still in a global pandemic. So we honor our friends, our families, the workers who are watching over our communities globally to keep us safe and healthy. We gather here as a group of designers and thinkers who believe in the power of organizing, of advocating, and improving the world around us. The news of social and racial injustices every day continue to show us that there's so much work to be done, and we need more people thinking about how to address these injustices in our broken systems. And most joyfully, we gather here as a DSI cohort, a graduating class joining from our homes far away from New York City in celebration and excitement, some in person, some virtually. Today is for these students who have been on this tremendous journey in a world that will not be the same again. You move us forward. At Design for Social Innovation, students come here because they want to understand and explore how design can help make a positive difference in the world. Thesis at DSI means that the students take on a social issue that they're passionate about, and they're required to learn what it means to work in community, to partner with organizations, to listen to individuals, to work together out in the real world, which honestly looks still very virtual, and define new approaches for making a measurable impact and making meaning in our lives. Here, design may not show up the way that we've traditionally thought of as design. You all know that very well. We may not be designing things, and as we always say, don't we have too many things anyway? These students are rethinking and facilitating new models of education. They're creating conditions and conversations in healthcare so that it can truly care. They're forging stronger bonds with wilderness and our green spaces. They're building resilience in our local businesses and seeking pathways to greater justice and equity. So as you can see, it's not a simple fix. There's not one singular solution, and we need new ways of thinking about this work when we're working in these very complicated systems. So to respond takes critical thinking. It takes the imagination that you all have. It takes endurance. and sweat and tears and love. We continue to learn new ways, of course, and we unlearn things and let go of things, which takes a lot of courage, the things that aren't serving us well. So we hope that you'll see each one of these students pushing the boundaries in the work that they're doing. Today, we'll hear from these future leaders. Each of these students have worked so hard to get to this point. It's a huge milestone, overcoming waves of challenges along the way, but emerging so much stronger. They've been guided by our 4 core thesis advisors, Sloan Leo, Sahar Gahari, Kara Meyer, and Mari Nakano. You 4 have superpowers beyond belief, and I just thank you for your generosity and sharing your knowledge and your support for these students. Some students aren't here in person, and we miss them so. Our hearts are with you, but just wanted to note that all the presentations are on our thesis website at dsi.sva.edu, and please go check out their work. Really phenomenal. And after a long year and a half, as we started to see a glimmer of hope that we could actually gather like this again, we knew it had to be an extraordinary day for extraordinary times. I'm honored to introduce our first ever keynote thesis speaker. Sorry, I just wanted to show the class here. Yes. I'm honored to introduce our first ever keynote thesis speaker, George A. from Greater Good Studio in Chicago, who flew in this morning to be with us. The respected work of Greater Good Studio has elevated the voice of our communities by design. They're challenging the status quo. They're always provocative and always asking how we can do better and improve design. Join me in a very special welcome, my friend, inspiration, and DSI legend, George A.
Good morning. I'm just going to check if the sticky thing, yes. Okay, fantastic. Can you hear me okay? It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It was surreal to be on a plane this morning because it's the first time I've been on anything like that in over a year. I noticed this morning that when I got on the plane, I had remembered to bring the dongle for my laptop, but had completely forgotten the power supply. So I feel like I'm out of practice in doing this thing called travel again. I was thinking a lot about the kinds of questions and presentation I might want to share with you, because I know that this is a prestigious school and the students leaving this program are going to become future leaders. And I wanted to think a little about the kinds of moments that you might face when you enter industry, and also that you might face and then may feel overwhelmed by because of how few times we get to think about it. And I wanted you to be prepared, because in preparation, you have a greater chance of being able to see your way through it. I'm nervous, sorry, so I'm having a hard time trying to breathe also through the mask. Just to share a little about Greater Good Studio, we'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary this summer, and it's a miracle to us to be like, woo! We're still here, and we're still in business, and we're still getting to do this work that I feel so fortunate to be able to do. Because of our sort of position of being issue agnostic, we've been very fortunate to get work across a whole number of different issues and complex scenarios that have all been, I'd say, undergirded by a lot of the big principles that undergird this country, from capitalism, white supremacy culture, and patriarchy. And when those 3 intersectional issues come together, they end up showing up like these projects. They end up showing up like these types of variations. And I feel like part of the challenge for us is working across so many different complex scenarios, because they look different when actually they are variations of the same 3 themes. We continue to work out what it is we're trying to do, and also what is our role within this field. And I think for us, this definition of we believe design can be restorative is sort of our latest version of trying to be able to say why we think it matters and why the version of design that we try to do here feels so different than how we used to practice it before. I imagine many of you have different definitions for the design work you do in the school, and you could challenge it. You could do variations. Maybe this affirms what you already feel. But I think alongside this phrase, it's helpful to recognize that design can also cause harm. And in order for us to understand both the potential for it and the risks involved, I wanted to spend a little time talking about that today. Now, human-centered design is the thing that we do at our studio. We're proud to say that we do it. And whether you've seen these cute colored graphics or other cute colored graphics like this that describe a process, in doing so, it makes it sound as though this all works all the time. And to a degree, it's been very, very flexible. But I think there's a bit of a hidden conceit in this phrase, human-centered. It would assume that because we center on humans, surely it will be good for them at all times. I would wish I could tell you that was always been true. I want to show you this interesting case study that I learned maybe only just a couple of years ago. So from some other folks at in Southern Illinois. And in that program, they reminded me, actually, there's a story about something called the Juul e-cigarette. Has anyone here seen one of those little products? It's a small, like a USB thumb drive type shaped device, plastic. And I'm going to read this quote here from Bloomberg. Adam Bowens and James Monsees were pursuing master's degrees in product design at Stanford when they decided to do something about their smoking addictions. This quote from Bloomberg is notable because they were valued at around $8 billion when the business got bought out by Altria after graduating from Stanford's D School. It goes on. This is actually from Stanford's own alumni magazine, because they're really proud of their alum. Monsees and Bowens approached smokers on campus and asked them what they loved and hated about their habit. Their complaints were consistent: fear of being seen with a cigarette and paranoia about smelling of smoke on a first date. Isn't that a good insight? Damn. Their first prototypes were ad hoc assemblies of bespoke components and items found on drugstore shelves. They are nailing it. They are practicing human-centered design. They did everything their advisors recommended, and they crushed it. Oh, by the way, they also created another enormous public health crisis. Oops. I get so annoyed by this story. Through the study that they happened to do at D School, I had actually heard also this rumor that David Kelly was advising them also along that path. Somehow nobody noticed the risk of creating another highly addictive product under the guise of, we're here to stop smoking. And actually, if you look in the fine print, it turns out they were trying to prevent smoking addictions to tobacco-based products, and don't mind the fact we're going to replace it with a fruit-flavored cartridge instead. In fact, this drives me nuts so much. They ended up creating a job posting on LinkedIn that I saw for Global Head of Corporate Social Responsibility, because they're going to run a foundation based on the billions and billions of dollars they're making every year selling to teenagers. Ay, ay, ay. How did we lose our way, even in that one thesis program, yet feel so confident that we're still on track? Is it that because design is so used to having itself be cheerleaded by moments like this, by people who look just like me, trying to do their thought leadership thing? Or is it also because design has had such a long chip on its shoulder about feeling bad about the work it does, that anytime someone says we're going to use design for good, everyone is to say, oh, thank God you're doing it. That must be so good of you to try, without any critical review. I find that that's a fairly dangerous environment to do work. If you're so thrilled to get any input, perhaps then you might not pause enough to say, should we? Do we? Do we have to? Do we have to do it in this way? Are there any unintended consequences? Now, it's not as though design is this single monolithic block. It's been around for a long time, long enough, in fact, that hundreds and thousands of variations have stemmed from those same root. Many of you in this room probably identify with different branches of this tree. Mine might have been product design or service design these days, and it continues to grow on. But across those deviations and adaptations, I think that without deliberate intervention, design rarely serves society. Its root cause has been to serve clients. And if you establish and recognize that, then there's a risk that we might treat our communities in the same way and carry that baggage, carry those old habits, those old traditions of how we work with how designers work with clients in ways that maybe we weren't prepared for. And perhaps in some cases, communities don't recognize are being mistreated. I've been so worried about some of these issues because as an outsider, who I feel sometimes I can identify as a designer, I feel like I can spot stuff. So I've been writing about it to try to see, hey, has anybody else noticed this thing that's kind of weird? And in doing so, I recognize, actually, yes, some people are recognizing it also. I would appreciate probably many of you in this room do. And one of the things that I noticed in design education as a whole, because I knew that it was absent in my training that I got in the UK, was the absence around conversations around power. It just didn't need to be discussed because we already know what the distribution is, how things have been set up from the start. So I thought, wait a second, let's just pause a sec and see if we could talk about power in relation to design. And rather than thinking about power simply at like this global world leader level between people who might show up at like a Davos, let's think about power as it relates to people in rooms like this, or in classrooms, or in meetings you might be in. So we think about the definition of power as the ability to change another person's reality. That gets a little clearer, I hope. Just to visualize it a little further, the other observation we notice around power is that it's often lopsided. This idea of power asymmetry, I think, is a term that I would love to kind of become more common, because it helps visualize and helps make clear the lopsidedness of how power has often been distributed. Now, has anyone ever been to a meeting where someone would say, man, there was some really funky power dynamics in that room? Anybody had that? I found that to be helpful, but not really that clear. Like, other than it sounds like a shitty meeting, what happened? So I wanted to visualize asymmetry or power dynamics with a triangle. It's very simple. But if you imagine that there's a pointy end and a wide end, it actually is very helpful, because if you've ever started a project and at the very beginning you can tell, oh no, I'm never getting out this alive. The timeline doesn't make sense. The budget is a tenth of what it should be. I don't even know who this team is. Has anyone ever started a project like that? I know I spent most of my career idea doing that. If you have felt that powerlessness, that is you on the sharp end of that power asymmetry. You're on the pointy end, and someone somewhere is applying pressure from the wide end to you. In fact, just to make this a little clearer, and how established power asymmetry is in one-on-one interactions, there are so many classical asymmetric relationships that exist in the world that we almost can't even tell they're happening anymore. Law enforcement with detainees, doctors and patients, employers and employees, funders and grantees for sure, all teachers and students, landlords and renters, local government with community, leadership and frontline staff. Some of you in this room might identify on one side or the other, and at different times in your life might identify on one side or the other. Now here's the awkward thing. When we think about Greater Good Studio being like, yeah, fight the man, and being all about like helping those on the right-hand side or being on the sharp, pointy end, where do you think we actually show up, though, across the spectrum between pointy to wide? It was quite embarrassing to have to finally admit, oh shit, we actually have to be way on the far left-hand side, aligning ourselves with those with power. Because we don't get access to people on the right, we don't get contracts, we don't get paid. Can you see how problematic that could be? It sucks, because here's the thing. When we do projects, we have to recognize we are working in the shadow of someone else's asymmetry. And when we show up, might we run the risk of re-traumatizing those on the right-hand side from those in power who are our sponsors? Could it be, and this is what we've now discovered, that there are times where this asymmetry is so fixed and the sponsors are so uninterested in disrupting it that us doing any projects at all are only going to make things worse? So we've had to turn down projects based on that assessment. So let's think a little about what is the relationship we have that we bring into this work based on at least 100 years of practice as a discipline. On one side are often clients. Everybody recognizes those, right? And on the other side might be us, designers. Baked into that relationship is this, comes with a little bit of baggage. The baggage that clients have questions, and then what do we have? Answers. That's kind of what we're known for. That's kind of how we've been trained. That's like the bag. That's like the deal that we signed up for. And we're good at it. I don't want anyone to be sort of like ashamed of being a designer, not at all. But you have to recognize what comes with this title. Embedded in this relationship between client and designer, question and answer, there tends to be a mode in which this relationship works, which is that this is a relationship based on execution. I have things that need to get done. I need you to do it. Do you recognize that? And in that relationship and in that fixed state, a lot of designers never question it because to do so might threaten our ability to get the work, to get paid, to have a case study, to have a portfolio. But I think it's worth asking, is this everything we got? Is this all we have within our relationship? What I've seen again and again over the last 10 years of doing the business, 150 projects, and maybe 50 breakup emails, as I described, is that we've seen that not every question really warrants an answer. Not everything our clients bring us needs to be made. Not every project that gets given a brief needs to turn into a thing. And sometimes I actually question deliberately, the more power you have, the more I'm going to discount your judgment on that question. I found that through sort of the growing concentration of power around these very powerful sponsors and clients that we might have, there becomes a distance that's hard to overcome. And sometimes we, as a studio, might have to say, I think there's maybe a flaw in that logic. Not sure if I totally trust that. Not to be annoying, although we are annoying, but to say, can we just like take a look at that logic chain again and see how all those parts add up? Our training, both at this school and certainly mine, constitutes that we are trained to say yes in many cases. Usually to work out, well, when exactly should we start? For how much money? How many people should we put on and what timing? We rarely get training or practice in saying no. I don't know what it would take to have a whole class dedicated to just saying no all the time. Might be the most annoying class of all. But when will we get that practice? Will it be when we feel the most conflicted? Will it mean when we're feeling like I'm ready to risk my entire career? Hopefully not such high stake. Perhaps if the practice of no was something we did every day, it wouldn't feel so stressful. At our studio, I'm very proud to say that over the last 10 years, we've been able to turn down 50 plus breakup emails with the, it's not you, it's me, I'm really sorry, we can't do this. And at that time, I'm almost more proud of the fact that we managed to turn down, I think, a $2 million project from USAID, where we were greenlit as prime, which I didn't even know this language until working in international development in this brief, well, it was a year-long business development process. But the phrase greenlit to be prime had such a hot shit ego element to it. It felt so cool, and I wanted to lord it over everyone. To say like, we're a brand new company and we got prime, as in prime contract. It would have guaranteed years and years of contracts with other big USAID, DFID, other international development scale clients. But I think it was clear that the asymmetry that we felt between us and the client organization was there was no way to overcome, and would very likely lead to more harm in other countries than it could ever do if we had just said no. But it took me a year to figure that out. In fact, this is the very first breakup email I'd ever written, and I want to share it with you. It was the first time I ever got to do practice. Super stressful. With the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. It was a $100,000 project. I don't think it was as guaranteed to get it, but we were within, I think, the final two between us and IDEO. And what we found was that in having to just write it, I spent 8 hours, so stressful, trying to work out how am I going to do this email that doesn't piss everybody off and make us look like jerks. Turns out that this format I've now been able to do 50 times, and I want to share with you because there's an underlying structure here. You start with the thanks. You say no upfront. Don't delay it. Say it up front. Say it's not you, it's me, and then give your justification. That middle part's the hardest. So what do you think is usual justifications? Phrases like, we don't have capacity. He's not a good cultural fit. You recognize those ones, right? It's bullshit. It's not that it's not true. It's just the person hasn't really thought why this project is bothering me so much. I would urge us all, in thinking about how to do these breakup emails, to be precise with your language and even give almost like bullet points. Here are the list of my demands. They're very reasonable typically. So that practice of being articulate means you have to look inside. Why is this project not feel right to me? And if you don't have an answer, the project becomes the boundary that you will then cross. And then what ends up happening is that for every project that you did do that you didn't want to, ends up being a precedent, ends up being scaffolding for more projects you don't want to do. I've seen it happen. Most of my career was spent doing that. We end up with all these sort of self-justifications. Oh, it's okay, we should do it because they're going to spend the money anyway. Oh, it's okay, we should do it because at least if we do it, we'll do a good job. That mental gymnastics is very soothing. And it gives me chills because I still think of how easily it is that we do that in the industry. So if we look back at this relationship and say, what if not every question needs to be answered? What happens then? What does that change? What impact does it have to the relationship? Might it mean then that we, instead of it just being based on execution, we need to have relationships that are based on judgment? Who will intervene when both parties don't realize that something is wrong? Might it require us, particularly this group of emerging leaders, to be able to rely on something that we don't often get asked to practice? The idea of what judgment might be. Now, here's my gut instinct. You already know it. You already have that judgment. But it's through a lack of practice and maybe the psychological safety to say it out loud that we don't get to do it that often. As designers, you see, we often practice our craft because that's kind of what we're known for. But I do wonder what happens when we reach peak craft. Is there like a set of returns that starts to diminish after a while? We've been at it for a while, like as a field. And more schools are pumping out designers, as we're celebrating today. More places like GDS in the British government, or Samsung, or Facebook, with teams of thousands of designers at a time. When we have that much design capacity, what are we doing with it? If those diminishing returns continue, what is the future of this field? I would argue there is untapped potential for us to practice our judgment in addition to our craft. And that might be the path for many of the folks in this room, but I think it may be the way for us to save ourselves from being the blunt tool of those with power, as I showed earlier. Now, I would argue that more judgment doesn't mean less craft. I don't want those to be sort of mutually exclusive. But I do hope that by expressing and practicing more judgment, it might lead to less harm. That would be my hope and my hunch. What we see most of the time when you apply design without much care to accelerating factors like technology and globalization, we see harm at scale happening. We have conversations with clients at this point because we're 10 years in, that give me great concern because of the fact we could now do harm at scale in a way that we could only do harm at like a region level, localized to Chicago. Now we run the risk of harming at the national level. Freaks me out. So without practice, I think judgment will atrophy. And I want us to be able to have space for us to have that, almost like a muscle memory, remember how to do this. In order for us to do that, I think I want to share these 10 ethical questions that are described at the very beginning that I think a lot of designers will face in the social sector. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't already faced them just in the last year. But I would imagine that you will face them soon. Number one, what is design's relationship to power and privilege? Number two, which humans do we center when we say human-centered design? How can designers say no to work when we need to pay off our student debt, mortgage, loans, whatever? What's so common today that we fail to recognize how wrong it is? How do designers decide which people they need to serve? How do we wean design's addiction to whiteness? Why do designers help people in another country before helping people in their own backyard? Why does philanthropy, not community, set the agenda for social change? What's the cost of speaking up? And what is the cost if we don't? And maybe if that weren't enough, the last question, which is a total nightmare, I'm sorry. The worst one, what right do I have to do this work? That one really ruined me. Somebody asked that of me and I said, oh shit, I don't know. I still don't think I have a really good answer. But I realized in my failure to ask that, have a good response, it's like, I'm not sure if I have a good response for any of these actually. I'm pretty sure I failed all of these questions when I had to face them in my career. I thought, why am I so bad at this? Should I not be better at this by this point? I was lucky that I got to teach this class based on these 10 questions over 10 weeks at Northwestern. Just this one time. I'm not totally sure if I'm going to get a chance to do it again. But I realized that there's enough content here to make a class, but also these questions need space to be discussed, interrogated, like stress us out a little. Because if we don't, when they show up, we'll likely get rolled over. I'm going to be done soon. It's a very depressing way to start the morning, I know. So if you think about relationships based on judgment, where we take out this relationship between question and answer, where does that lead? And I've not been sure, but my co-founder, who I owe so much to, shared with me her observation that, oh yeah, the kind of ideal clients we look for, I know what they're like, is relationships based on sharing power. I was like, what? Where'd you get that? She goes, yeah, I've seen it for a while. She goes, you've been sitting on this for months. Like, when are you going to tell me? So she noticed that our clients, the ones that we love the most, we love them all, but the ones that we really get inspired by, recognize the power they have and come to us to share their power. Not just with us, but with community. And I'd want to highlight that to say, there may be a feeling that lacks language right now. That when you see people that you're inspired by, and perhaps clients you want to do work with and for, it might be because they see a chance to build a relationship with you as a designer based on the sharing of that power. In a final effort, this is a bit of a mini gift to this class. The studio put together a blog post recently around a database of social change design firms like ours. And what we found in the 10 years when we started.
I can't wait for everyone today to hear the challenges, because to George's point, this work is not easy, but it is the only path forward. It has been a delight, an absolute delight to have you, not just intellectually, but as part of our hearts. And I look
super close to my grandfather. At the same time, his family. My father and uncle were his caregivers. My mother and aunt, his nutritionists. My brother and I, in charge of his medications and being his sweet police. He lived with diabetes for 40 long years. This is the only way I have ever experienced healthcare, and 25 years later, this continues to shape my belief in the importance of community in healthcare. Hello, I am Veda, and for the past year and a half, I have been working with the type 1 diabetes community in India, exploring this very belief. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune chronic condition which generally affects youngsters between the ages of 13 to 17. There's no cure to this, and the only treatment is effective care management. To this community, the current COVID-19 crisis is a lot scarier because they have to experience it with a comorbidity. Unfortunately, the Indian public healthcare system too does very little to support people with type 1 diabetes. It is a very tiny system compared to the ever-increasing population of the country. And India is home to over half the children with type 1 diabetes in the world, with this number increasing at a steady rate of 3 to 5% every year. Living with type 1 diabetes means having a set routine to get enough exercise, rest, constantly keeping an eye on your food intake, monitoring your sugar and insulin levels, and having a trustworthy network for medical assistance. For example, for Manali, she finds it difficult to cope with her diabetes management as she's transitioning from the pediatric care system to the adult one, where she's suddenly put in charge of her own decisions. For Neil, who's about to move cities for a new exciting job opportunity, is constantly worried about the kind of access to insulin he will have once he moves. Arushi, who's an all-rounder, struggles with managing and explaining her type 1 diabetes management to her coach every time that she takes up a new sport or an activity. And for Raj and his family, moving cities and houses came with the added struggle of looking for a new trustworthy diabetologist closer to their new home. While all these challenges seem small, they have a lasting impact on the lives of these adults who already have a plate full of responsibilities even outside their chronic condition. Remember being a teenager? Now imagine being one with type 1 diabetes. I noticed that one of the common factors amongst all their challenges was their struggle in coping with different transitions in their lives. Example, moving to a new city like Neil. People struggled with access to infrastructure that would support them with the changes in their care management. I decided to further probe into this. I started having conversations with people from the community. Once I had built a relationship and trust with them, I began conducting one-on-one interviews and weekend meetups. I learned a lot about the journeys, the challenges of all these different people, and found a few individuals who were designers and engineers. They were passionate about building type 1 diabetes awareness. I thought this was a great opportunity, and I decided to introduce them to each other. They joined forces to become my type 1 design team, who have helped me build insights, informed the processes with their lived experiences, and are truly the backbone of this project. With their methods, like journey maps, vision boarding, insight mapping, and future mappings, people shared their personal stories, their struggles with stigmas, and their experiences in coping with type 1 management. With one-on-one interviews from subject matter experts like doctors, diabetes educators, and group interviews with families, I learned more about the social implications and stressors for changes while dealing with care management for a chronic condition. I decided that my thesis would focus on answering the question, how might we facilitate a smooth transition between care systems for young adults with type 1 diabetes in India? My research showed me that every family had a different story and a different struggle, but their ability to come together to build their independent mechanisms to cope with challenges was a strong, consistent driving force in their journeys. People had created diet charts, insulin tracking apps, diabetes awareness sessions, and all other genius solutions just by themselves. With this realization, my role shifted from a designer to a facilitator. I no longer needed to build anything by myself. My thesis pivoted from a product-based design intervention to a leadership-based approach. When people mark their 100 level of sugar, they often refer to it as catching a unicorn. This is a symbol of hope and inspiration for my community. Hence, my thesis is called 100 on 100, and it a hint to their success and celebration. It was important to me that the identity was relatable to the community and it felt grounded in their reality. So, this derives its look and feel from this very reference. The colors denote hope and magic, much like a unicorn. Today, 100 on 100 aims to build agency within the community so that they can come together to share their existing tools and mechanisms or build new ones with each other that enable transitions in care management easier. A space where they can continue to create their own solutions, but in a shared and collaborative way, so that more people from within the community may benefit from it. So with my Type 1 design team, I conducted a co-creation workshop with young adults and their families. This was a safe space for the community and the design team to come together and brainstorm solutions over their challenges through 5 primary themes like do's and don'ts, guides, list making, what to let go, and what to watch out for. The experiences, stories, and solutions that come out of this workshop, as well as the framework to conduct more such, live live on a website with free access to the community. This was designed by me, but curated by them. We envisioned this as an opportunity to bring together diverse people, for them to use and try out our intervention. This will also be eventually used by diabetes educators in their practices. The success of this intervention is measured by a number of things, like how well do community members contribute towards building solutions, and do they find value in ideas shared by other members. On a quantitative level, straightforward numbers, like workshop participants, uploads and downloads of resources, the number of visits the website has had for facilitation have been determining our detailed measurement and evaluation plans. We aim for these workshop guidelines and co-creation sessions to be used and replicated to build community-driven tools and mechanisms. Project 100 on 100 now also has a page on Instagram, which I hope will become a place for people to engage, interact, and share community resources. It is also a touch point for more people to become a part of this group. The community has complete ownership to this page and a page to build a safe haven for Type 1. The current COVID-19 crisis in India throws light on how underprepared and overwhelmed our healthcare infrastructure is. My community has been fighting this bravely, and I hope with my thesis and my work provides them with the support, connection, love, and faith in community-centered design so that they can continue to thrive together, come what may. The past year has felt both like a punch in the gut and hot cocoa on a snowy day. But I'm grateful for all the learning experiences, and I'm wiser for them. Some of my truly valuable learnings were active listening, which enabled me to see the solution emerge from within the community. I learned that trust is the key. I have never met any of these people in person, but the relationships and the trust that I built with them helped them share an intimate part of lives with me. I witnessed a miraculous and hopeful readiness amongst my community to help each other out. Today, I feel more confident in trusting my gut and my instinct. I've learned to treat myself with more kindness, because when I'm kinder to myself, I'm able to spread it over to other people. My project wouldn't have been possible without the unwavering support of my family, Dhruv and the Kuttans back at home in Pune, India. Thanks to Sloan Leo, Mia Osaki, and my DSI family for pushing me, for trusting me to trust myself. And most importantly, my community members and subject matter experts, for your trust in all the stories that you told me and all the love. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello everybody, we are Anna and Andy. Our topic is how to use online education to solve educational injustice in Chinese rural areas. Here's our outline. It's about research, prototype, intervention, and the future plan. In China, rural education is in a vicious circle. There are growing gap in the quality of education between urban and rural areas. The main reason is the loss of excellent rural teachers. As designer of the social innovation, we want to change that. As we can see, the income of the teachers in the cities is almost 3 times that of the teachers in the countryside. At the same time, urban teachers are much more likely to get formal work contracts than rural teachers. The pressure caused by the gap has led an increasing number of the rural teachers wanting to leave the countryside. Even though there are still large number of teachers willing to go to the countryside to help the rural development of education, however, they have to face a harsh teaching environment. How to help them improve the quality of the classroom and the teaching ability is a problem we need to solve. The main context of the rural teachers during their work are rural students and colleagues, and they lack channels for learning and communication with the outside world. Through social media, including with its discussion groups and the form of the rural teachers and online interviews with the rural teachers, a wealth of the valuable data and opinions are updated, many of which left a deep impression. Regarding the issue of urban-rural education equality, the government has proposed 3 approaches. The first way is voluntary rural teaching. Urban teachers are required to go to the rural areas to complete teaching assistant tasks. The second model is a study tour during which children from rural areas stay in the city for a short period of time to broaden their horizons. The third model is an online live courses. The government should organize experts in education or experienced teachers to give online live courses on a regular class. Based on our analysis and insights, we decided to assist our partners in establishing a new set of online supporting education system so as to improve rural teachers teach rural students learning enthusiasm and performance. Our thesis statement is how might we provide rural teachers with a sustainable and effective teaching support model, combining online education to improve the classroom quality of rural teachers. Notably, our project is targeted at rural schools with network and multimedia equipment. It is expected that these rural schools could not only make use of the online courses system in a correct and effective manner, but also fulfill offline teaching tasks better with our assistance. The efficiency of our intervention will be judged based on the students' learning enthusiasm and scores. Our prototype is through online education, let rural teachers and urban teachers cooperate to complete the class and test whether prototype is feasible. Our prototype consists of 2 parts, namely the training system for rural teachers and a template for classroom teaching design. In the testing stage of our prototype, rural teachers and urban teachers will cooperate through online education to accomplish teaching tasks so as to justify the feasibility of the prototype. Our research is about online education models. It is concluded the best online education model is as shown in the figure. Teachers record knowledge in advance and play these videos to students before class. In the class, it's more about the communication with each other actively. We cooperate with Rural Diary to better enable teachers to complete the teaching of rural courses. We are combining online live courses and our courses structure to enable teachers to better complete the teaching of rural classes. Before officially giving classes to the students, we organized a video conference between teachers from rural schools and online support teachers. Through these teaching courses, our goal has achieved the expected result in 2 points. That is, the teacher reasoning and the communication system is running well, and the new model of the class is running well. But there are some shortcomings still. In the next part, Anna will present our intervention part and the future part.
Thank you, Andy. Introduce, and then I'm going to introduce our intervention to you. We want to establish a video courses platform and teacher training system to provide quality content while instructing rural teachers on how to use those materials. Our supporting target is Lankai Art School, and there are 3 institutions that are willing to cooperate with us. They are UCLA, Tsinghua University, and the Renmin University of China. We set up a lab in cooperation with teachers from those schools to make video courses. Through the lab, we have a complete 4 high-quality video courses and accompanying teaching material. Before class, we arranged for the 3 professors to have a one-on-one meeting with the teacher of Lankai Art School to work together on their lessons plan. So they produced 3 different lessons plan. The first one, the Lankai teacher used the recorded material to facilitate the class. And the second one, the online professor teaches the class where the offline teacher facilitates the class. And the third one is that the professor instructs the Lankai teacher to complete the class alone. There are some photos of the workshop. The above 3 pictures show the classroom scene, and the 2 pictures below is the students' training and their finished work according to the sense of the classroom. Through the after-class satisfaction survey, we got the evaluation score and feedback. The first group got 4.5. Students love this type of courses and hope the class time can be extended. The other 2 groups scored 3.5 and 4.24. In the future, we will update our courses structure and the teaching method according to this feedback. We're planning to build a self-operating system to help rural teachers improve the quality of their class. That includes deliver the courses content to rural school by internet and hard drive. Excellent teachers are organized to give one-on-one training to rural teachers and produce teaching guidance on our website. We also made a business plan as our next step. It's composed of financial data, business management, and planning budget. We believe we can make a better rural education in China than before. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, I am Nidhi, and I go by pronoun she, her. Today I am here to talk about my year-long thesis project called The Missing Ingredient. A baby only 3-month-old can recognize voices. 6 to 8-month-old can start to touch and feel. By the age of 1, that baby can learn to walk and talk. Then, by the age of 2, there is 1 in 4 chance that this child will be obese if that child lives in New York City and is from low-income communities of color. This data strongly shows that childhood obesity isn't just a public health issue, but a social justice issue too. Closely linked with unhealthy food behavior, these extra pounds of adorable baby fat leads to chronic conditions which were once considered adult problems like diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, to name the few. Which brings me to my question, why are children undernourished in the wealthiest city in the world? Isn't healthy and nutritious food a basic human right? I started my research to understand the root cause of this problem. Over the course of my research, I learned that for these communities, what they eat, this or this, is not what the choices that they make, but the choices that they have. There are many factors in the system that play a role. Our choices are shaped by the complex world in which we live, the kinds of food our families make available at home, by how far we live from the nearest supermarket or a fast food restaurant. Even by the way, the government support the local produce. Government subsidies plays an important role in the cost difference in the food system. For example, USDA does not subsidize leafy crops in the same way it subsidizes wheat, corn, and soy. These three crops make up a lot of ultra-processed food. In United States, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as food stamps, is a federal program that provides food purchasing assistance for low or no income people. Studies have shown that we have solved calorie problem, but now we have a problem of nutrition deficiency. Clearly, the system is built to provide more food, but not the right food. In the wake of unrest in the country, we all know too well the visible forms of discrimination in American society. But systematic discrimination is not as visible as police brutality. In the neighborhood often called food deserts, where there is lack of access to fruits vegetable market, but encouraging access to unhealthy food, which is causing disease, suffering, and eventual death, is an invisible form of systematic discrimination. And COVID-19 boiled over these stark realities, and today, those communities which were already struggling with nutrition insecurity found themselves at an increased risk of illness from COVID-19. Over the course, I learned that the imperative to change US food system is not new, but the urgency with the given condition is new. So as food pantries become the lifeline for New Yorkers during pandemic for my thesis, I chose to support their work. I collaborated with New York Common Pantry to use design to support their work to build nutrition security, to fight food deserts, and to prevent childhood obesity. New York Common Pantry is an NGO located in South Bronx, a neighborhood with no shortage of history or culture, which gave the world the gift of hip-hop, today suffers from highest food insecurity in the country. In this picture is my community partner Andrew, who is a senior public nutritionist at New York Common Pantry, and whose support has shaped my learning throughout this journey. I started volunteering at NGO in person and remotely to support their work. I started working on a Live Healthy program. Through this program, under Farm Share, the nonprofit offers fruits and vegetables from local farms from upstate New York with pre-order. This produce comes in varieties of fruits, veggies, and herbs as per the season. And this produce is offered at an affordable price of $7, which would retail at a grocery store at around $20. This program includes pantry services and nutrition education also. However, the great program like this suffered specific challenges and barriers in building community. On my visit to food pantry, I observed community assets of the neighborhood. This is New York Common Pantry, and I was amazed to look at the strategic location of this pantry. It was located right beside a Montessori school. When asked the team, I learned that they never had a chance to interact. Many team members also showed concern that there is a saturation in the program engagement in the pandemic. And when I spoke to the community members, I learned that there are certain gaps in making them they don't know how to cook certain foods. And they also are not convenient with the live Zoom workshops always. Following which, I looked at the resources used for the communication with the community. There was a lack of human connection. With my research and insights, I thought, how might I address both the collective challenges that the participants face, in addition to strengthening the community collaboration and strengthening the ecosystem? To prototype this idea of learning from and with each other, along with the community partner, we developed a cultural probe, both in English and Spanish, to learn about food behaviors and environment. We invited participants from households with children to participate in our study for a week compensation. We deployed these materials along with a complimentary farm share bag to be used for a week. Inside the probe, we included a placemat to be used by adults, few different placemats for kids, which also can be repurposed as a poster. We also gave them a table-like food diary to learn about their food behaviors, feelings, and emotions. But as this was to be used for 7 days, we got very few responses on this. We also learned about their built environment like restaurants, dailies, grocery stores, which they often visit and what they buy. And to record results, we created a shared Google Drive. Our hearts were full seeing these colorful plates and hearing them sharing their experiences with us. And this was the first time the food pantry was able to see how the farm share produce was being used by the community. When asked, Martha shared that her children are now more actively taking part in the kitchen after this activity. After compiling all this information, I went back to my community partner to align the goals. I facilitated a workshop called What's on the Radar to the whole team at New York Common Pantry to reflect on the strength, assets, needs, and challenges of the program. After the workshop, one of the team members shared that the activity helped them look at the specific challenges and barriers that they face daily in implementing the program. So with the whole team, we worked to align goals, to educate, persuade, and facilitate conversation between nutrition educators and family about sustainable food systems and nutrition security. This is when everything came together in the form of missing ingredient. It's about supporting one another to consume local, seasonal, and traditional food to bring food and health equity. A very important learning during this project was to be a designer in the space to build capacity. We worked collaboratively throughout to brainstorm, create resources, all by using the existing resources that the team were familiar with. And I was very, as a designer in space, I was very mindful of being a designer to work community. Through Facebook group, through our membership questions, we could learn about participants' needs, which helped the team create personalized content. Incorporating feedback from the community, we built icebreakers. We shared food pictures made from farm share produce. We started sharing the content to engage community about local produce and sharing recipes on how to use them. Surveys and order forms go out through this channel where members can inform what they want in advance. Pantry can send personalized reminders for pickup and preview of what's coming in the next week. But during this time, we learned that not all members are using Facebook. So to reach out to these people, we created a Google site, a website which will include information about farm share subscriptions, a calendar to inform about upcoming events, a Meet to Produce page which shares the profile of the produce and inform about what's coming in, where it is coming from, what is the nutrition information, and what are the recipes that they can make it from them. We can also reach more organizations to inform about this program and collaborate through this site. So all this brought a shift in the communication. Towards the end, my community partner, along with his team, could build content from a simple clip art based flyer to a stepwise video through Google site, all by themselves. To promote this, use different channels to communicate with the audience, a newsletter and an Instagram handle. And my second part of intervention came to life with ease and outdoor restrictions. We took advantage of the physical space and good weather to bring our services upon streets with a pop-up stall every Tuesday from March to April for 4 weeks. We got opportunity to talk to more people. And in that, remember the school, just beside the food pantry? To develop community collaboration, I took opportunity to make a cold call on school's door on one of the distribution days and ask the concerned person if they can spend just 2 minutes to know about the program. And guess what? She was the principal of the school. We signed her up for the farm share program, and we also got families coming to our pop-up stall with their children to sign up for our upcoming nutrition workshop. We conducted a live nutrition workshop through Facebook group in collaboration with Growing Uptown, Garden Kitchen Lab, and Dijkman Farmhouse to make polenta with seasonal veggies to celebrate Earth Day. These are some of the pictures and comments shared by the participants. I would like to share the impressions of my community partner about the intervention. Andrew says that missing ingredient has potential to help them communicate more effectively with the community. And Aura, who is the director of the program, says that she is looking forward to continue to grow this intervention as it addresses the specific needs. About sustaining the intervention, we have already had a graduate intern from a nutrition background who is interested in building community for her thesis and will work alongside a social media manager
to take it from here. Because this is just the beginning. With collaborative efforts, we will all be able to change the system, build health equity with one bite at a time. Before I end, I would like to thank a lot of people. All the people who are watching me right now from their screens, my community partner Andrew, and the whole team at New York Common Pantry. This would not have been possible without your continuous support. My thesis advisor Sloan and all the other advisors for their feedback. DSI Chair Mia, my husband for his love and support, my parents, friends, family, and my cohort for sailing together against the odds of these crazy times. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Esther, and my year-long journey is Bersama Sama, Healthy Together. Let's first take a look at how health inequities look like in Singapore. In a study using educational levels as a proxy for socioeconomic status, women with lower education are 3.4 times more likely to get diabetes. In a country with an aging population and one of the highest rates of diabetes in the world, this is definitely a concern. Now let's take a look at what healthcare is like for those with low income. When a malnourished baby was sent to the hospital, doctors' first impressions were that the mother didn't know how to take care of the baby and she wasn't being a good parent. In actual fact, this single mother was coping with having a baby or trying to get a job. With little financial support, she has to ration her food for her baby. When a middle-aged man arrived at the emergency department with a high fever, he was told off rudely by the hospital staff on an overdue payment of $100. They said, "It's been a whole year. Why can't you pay this bill? What have you been doing?" This feeling of disempowerment is made even more apparent when doctors assume that they know what people need instead of listening to them. Those with low income feel unheard and their complex situations are dismissed. This leads to the spiral of them being misunderstood by the system, internalizing blame on themselves, and the health systems acting from wrong judgments. This is personal and important work for me. I went into graduate school seeking how structural systems can be more human. It's easy to feel small and powerless against these larger forces. In my quest towards a more human care system, I feel so privileged to work alongside Yishun Health and Beyond Social Services, a unique collaboration between healthcare and social care in a rental community in Yishun. In Singapore, those living in rental communities are among the most vulnerable. These are housing estates for those with low income, similar to the projects in the US. By volunteering and speaking to residents and listening to them, I was heartened by the amount of care and strong bonds in the community. I found that there was also home to so many home cooks who were proud of their food culture. They readily share food with each other, but often lack emotionally supportive spaces and specialized knowledge on health-related topics. On the other hand, health initiatives and programs are often top-down, institutionalized, and designed for scalability. Care professionals strongly hold their position of power and authority when driving these programs and are often out of touch with the community. So what if we shift value-based care in hospitals to relationship-based care in the community? Imagine how resilient our care systems would be if instead of interpreting people's needs with assumptions, misunderstanding and blame, care professionals start with listening. This leads me to my thesis inquiry. How might we strengthen the capacity of care organizations to grow relational care in low-income rental communities, leveraging our assets in the community in supporting health and nutrition? This is about nurturing caring ecosystems and moving from a needs-based perspective to a strengths-based one. It is about empowering a whole new breed of care professionals that listen and care. Growing relational care means to build agency from the ground up, ranging from individual to community-based. Based on these intentions, we prototype a series of gatherings. With the passion that the community has around food, and the influence that nutrition has on chronic health, our gatherings centered on health and nutrition. Through these gatherings, we created shared spaces for residents, community workers, and a community dietitian to join in meaningful dialogue and creative facilitation. Throughout this journey, One pivotal learning moment for us was when we had to cancel one of the gatherings due to low turnout. It was a tough lesson to take, but it challenged us to think of more ways to better connect with the community. So these learnings then helped to form a set of principles on growing relational care. We seek first to center inclusivity and accessibility. This means to meet people where they are. We experimented with more bite-sized sessions and moving the gatherings nearer to the residents below their housing blocks. We also provided childminding and catered for different language abilities. When we connect with residents on their level, we are able to uncover social capital and hidden networks. One resident shared that, "The sessions are very good for me as someone who wants to learn how to socialize. I am always excited to attend these sessions. Hope to have more of them. I feel happy if I can help people in the community too." We elevate the power of community. This starts with recognizing that we are not experts of lived experiences of residents, to listen openly, and to give space to the community to take ownership, like inviting a resident to lead this stretching activity that she shared in the group chat. This quote from a community worker shares how gatherings are an invitation to reflect and participate, and also to shift power back to the resident in the autonomy of their care. We tend to the space. How we invite residents, we foster genuine relationships with and within communities. They bonded over experiences of taking care with loved ones with diabetes, personal weight loss journeys, and their children's picky eating. A community worker shares that most of us feel powerless, but coming to this space, you can feel like there are people affirming you, people you can rely on. All these principles and learnings then brought me to my thesis intervention, Bersama-sama, Healthy Together. Bersama-sama is Malay for together. It is a collaborative field guide for care professionals and volunteers to grow relational care in rental neighborhoods through community-centered gatherings around health and nutrition. We value relationships, safety, compassion, autonomy, and ownership. Bersama-sama consists of a collaborative site, a growing repository of learnings, methods, and ideas where all gatherers can contribute to. It also has a Canvas template, a curated thought process for each gathering, from setting clear intentions, planning the space with inclusion and equity in mind, to harvesting insights and reflections. Here's a snippet of the field guide as explained by Izati, my community partner.
Everyone can add on more power-ups if you want to, okay? Because it's a learning journey. The power-up allows us to make sense that our work can be engaged either better or be more ethical. So for example, if I know my single mothers, right, got some language issue, then I should put a language accessibility as part of the planning. I've got children, then I should put childminding. It makes us just think about what are the things that can happen that might affect the conversation to be a bit more meaningful.
Bersama-sama is grounded in practicality and capacity building. The canvas helps us to create space for reflection, harvesting, and growing of knowledge. It allows us to slow down and treat relational care as a mindful practice. To respond effectively to the complex challenges of today, we need to make space for introspection. This community worker shares how Bersama-sama guides her to critically examine whose voices are included and excluded, and then proactively take steps to include those voices. Beyond a field guide, Bersama-sama is a change in mindset and a movement to bring power back to the communities in their care. I will continue to work with my community partners to expand this work, and others who are interested can also reach out and connect with us to explore ways to adapt Bersama-sama to their own contexts and communities. I hope to empower a new breed of relational care practitioners who approach care with intentionality and thoughtful relationship building. This quote speaks to this vision of mine, where instead of changing people, we create the context for them to act on the change that they want in their lives. So this is what a resilient care ecosystem looks like. Our single mother is now part of a community of fellow neighbors, care professionals, and volunteers who look out for her. She regularly gathers with other mothers of young children, where they share their stories of motherhood and time-saving tips in preparing nutritious foods for their kids. They recommend job opportunities to her through the community food chat, group chat. Community volunteers reach out to local grocers, and during these gatherings, the mothers work together with a community dietitian to put together a group buy with affordable, nutritious options. Our single mother feels heard, supported, and valued. Thank you for listening, and I invite you to join me on this journey to nurture caring ecosystems with heart.
Hi everyone, I'm Sahar Gahari and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm one of the 4 thesis advisors. I just want to start by saying how honored and inspired I have been to work with everyone at DSI this past year. I've had the pleasure of serving as an advisor for 5 students, watching them grow into such talented social designers. I'm excited to introduce them today. First up, we'll be hearing from Sherry Shao with Hey Lady, a platform to support Chinese immigrant women navigating, sorry, it's very hot in here, navigating their sexual and reproductive health. Sherry is a diligent and thoughtful designer that brings such rigor to everything she does. Next up, we have Nishita Chaida and Allison Fraser-Diaz will be presenting Side by Side, a series of tools to help survivors and co-survivors on their healing journey. What has been astounding about this duo is their unwavering dedication and their seamless ability to work together across a 10-hour time difference. Third, we'll be hearing about Art Portal, an art-centered platform that elevates the voices of people with justice system involvement, by Laura Cerón Melo. Laura brings her passion to every meeting, and it shows in every thread of her work. And last but not least, Amwaj Al-Zahrani with Kind, an art program in Saudi Arabia aimed at supporting kids with Down syndrome and their families. Amwaj brings a huge generosity of spirit to her work and has been able to navigate the bumps in the road with such grace. To you 5, thank you so much for the energy, your dedication, and your big-hearted interventions. In a time when there has been so much uncertainty and the world has been upside down, it's not lost on any of us what it has taken for you to not only conceptualize your projects, but also bring them to life. On a personal note, you all have reminded me of why I became a designer in the first place. And working with you has been the bright spot of an otherwise quite difficult year. I'm so proud of each of you, and I know that today is just the beginning. We're all looking forward to seeing what else you create. Congratulations. And Sherry, you're up next.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sherry. Welcome to Hey Lady, a DSI Thesis project to navigate Chinese immigrant women to better care themselves and their peers on sexual and reproductive health. As an international student, I'm quite resonate with the Chinese immigrant women, since we share the culture, the identity, and the experience, especially on sexual and reproductive health. Many young Chinese immigrant women have twisted health journeys on SRH like me. No health issues can be more frustrating than sexual and reproductive health to women, especially to immigrant women. The fact shows that around 44% of Asian American women will be unable to survive the cervical cancer for 5 years after diagnosis, who have significantly higher cervical cancer mortality than other races. In New York City, only less than 1/3 of Chinese immigrant women had heard about the Pap smear and had undergone the GYN exam. The underutilization of sexual and reproductive health resources has become a significant cause of mortality and morbidity for Chinese immigrant women. But how does this situation come from? Let's zoom into the one piece of the landscape and start with this Chinese immigrant woman. Why is she so uncertain about the doctor visiting on SRH. The unfamiliar space, language, losing control of their bodies, being judged, misunderstanding from families, partners, and stigma, horrible. On the one side, Chinese immigrant women are struggling to understand the local health system. Since the health system presents an entirely different structure in the host country and native country, the previously familiar stakeholders and component has disappeared. However, some new features and services providers came out in the current health system. The immigrant feels somewhat disoriented when looking for the healthcare support. And on the other side, the culturally embedded stigma and misperception scandalize the sexual and reproductive health, the relevant health experience, and patients groups, which keeps Chinese immigrant women away from addressing sexual and reproductive health issues informally and timely. However, this is by no means the particular case, but a snapshot of a community's health beliefs and behaviors. The fears of stigma prevents the Chinese immigrant women from visiting doctors, and also draws them back from exposing their conditions and calling help from their community. The connections between the Chinese immigrant women is broken. And when we observe the landscape holistically, those challenges hinder women to further step into health centers and start the conversation with doctors, which reinforce the health inequality. So how do we change the current situation? How might we help the Chinese immigrant women better navigate themselves and support their peers on sexual and reproductive health in their daily lives? I start with the young Chinese immigrant woman, by partnering with Asian Creative Collective, I built my thesis project, Hey Lady, to educate and connect the Chinese immigrant women in terms of sexual and reproductive health. It follows 3 action guides: connecting, supporting, and navigating. My first prototype was the co-creation workshop with Asian Creative Collective, which follows the connecting strategy. It was an event for Asian creative folks to reimagine the future of sexual and reproductive health through sharing their health stories and co-creating. After which, the participant has become seeds of the Hey Lady community. With their support, Hey Lady started to build a community hub for Chinese immigrant women on Facebook fan page and Instagram by March 2021. Through the social media, Hey Lady is able to practice a larger connection and navigation among the community. Hey Lady co-created the education content with rationale to inform the Chinese immigrant women with relevant health knowledge and engaged participants with collective reflection and creation activities through posts and stories. In the 2021 February, Hey Lady established the Secret Support Week among the Chinese immigrant women to practice the supporting strategy. Through texting the Secret Support Week online, we help to match the volunteer help seeker and volunteer supporters through anonymous Q&A during a week. We aim to encourage the Chinese immigrant women to be opener to talking the SRH topics. In the end, our hotline turns out to be super responsive during a whole week to cater our participants' needs. To better practice the support and navigation, Hey Lady followed with launching a chatbot on Facebook fan page to serve more community members. The chatbot presents as a close auntie in people's life and navigates them through a series of conversations. Based on the dialogue, the chatbot will provide people with the health resources nearby and help to ask the support from or support community through anonymous Q&A. However, we noticed that the community knowledge was still limited. Thus, we distinguished our chatbot from professional healthcare provision by focusing the discussion topics around the relationship, intimacy, body, sexuality, etc. Considering catering to people with a different language proficiency, On-the-Age chatbot provides the English and Chinese version, and the Chinese version is expected to launch in June. Over the past 1 year, Hey Lady engaged more than 35 Chinese immigrants engaged in the thesis implementation, and 3 health professionals advised on the thesis project, with more than 80 people following on social media. As a continuously developing platform, Hey Lady is able to provide the Chinese immigrant community with access to the local health resources and knowledge, and at the same time to connect the Chinese immigrant with their peers within a safe and caring communication space. We received several positive feedbacks from thesis partners, health professionals, designers, and target community, which validates the initial impact that Hey Lady brings to the community and also points out its potential direction to build on. Since Hey Lady is actively communicating with the Chinese immigrant women and connecting them with resources, their peers, and themselves, in the future, Hey Lady envisions to enhance the engagement among the community with the goal of building deeper bondings between people. Hey Lady plans to facilitate the more community-centered activities, including meetups, workshops, and creative facilitations. Simultaneously, Hey Lady imagines driving a larger impact in the post-COVID-19 era. Hey Lady would scale the platform from online to offline when the physical gatherings are allowed to revitalize the SRH support network in the local neighborhood. Last but not least, Hey Lady aims to reach out to more resources and stakeholders, such as the health providers, educators, artists, to nurture the community. The purpose is to build the new active dynamics between the Chinese immigrant woman and the local health system. The ultimate goal of this project is to mobilize the Chinese immigrant women to access to the local health system. Currently, it pays firmly in the first step to encourage the Chinese immigrant women to rethink sexual and reproductive health. We are looking forward to co-building a new future with Chinese immigrant women. If you are interested in the working details, we can be found from the Facebook and Instagram at HeySRH, Hey Lady for SRH. Thank you.
Hi, we're so excited to talk to you about our project Side by Side, a healing modality that engages people who have experienced sexual violence and their loved ones to heal together. We're Allison and Nishita, 2 visual storytellers and social impact designers passionate about gender equity and engaging communities with care. Side by Side is a collaborative project that we've created in community with survivors, loved ones, and practitioners. We want to start with a huge thank you to our community, partners, friends, family, and advisors for supporting and contributing to this work. We couldn't have done it without you.
Because we're working with a sensitive topic, we want to issue a content warning for people looking at this online. Please feel free to mute us or do anything you need in order to take care of yourself today. Throughout our presentation, we will be referring to people who've experienced sexual violence as survivors, Having said that, we understand and acknowledge that not everyone with this experience identifies with this term.
Every day, we hear more and more stories of people who have experienced sexual violence. Sometimes these stories feel far away, but often they hit close to home.
Traditionally, survivors are encouraged to seek justice and care through formal systems. These are focused on immediate crisis care and follow a linear model of healing. However, the nature of trauma looks like this. It's varied and complex. While some recognize and acknowledge it when it happens, for many people it can take years.
Additionally, sexual violence has long-term and lasting impacts on survivors, with 70% of survivors experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD at some point in their lives. This causes issues for not only survivors, but the communities that they're a part of, with 37% of survivors experiencing problems with friends and family, including a decreased sense of trust. Currently, care is centered around the immediate needs of survivors. However, long-term support is needed to navigate their healing journey. This led us to our first inquiry: how might we reimagine long-term healing for survivors of sexual violence?
Being trauma-informed, research-based, and building of community practices was very important to us. So, alongside building relationships with survivors and their loved ones, we also attended a 12-week healing circle, took 4 trauma-informed workshops, and built relationships with 8 experts in the field. This really guided our work and led us to collaborate further.
In an interview with Michelle, who counsels survivors, we were first introduced to the term co-survivors. Co-survivors are friends, family, and loved ones, anyone who's a part of the survivor's life and may also be impacted by the harm. Co-survivors are often called first responders because survivors are more likely to turn to them for support before turning to institutions. This is especially true for people with marginalized identities who may not feel safe going to institutions like the criminal justice system or the medical. Research has shown that social support is vital to healing and has even been shown to be the most effective in decreasing PTSD over the long term.
However, this survivor-co-survivor relationship is really complex. While survivors do seek this support, co-survivors are often ill-equipped to respond appropriately. When survivors do share, they're frequently met with negative reactions such as shame, judgment, and are minimized, leading to further isolation. We wanted to understand this better and collaborated with YVN, an advocacy group of survivors based in New York City, through our community partner Day One. We worked with 2 social workers there to design and facilitate 2 workshops, one with their survivor community and the other with their co-survivor community, to understand their experiences with support.
During our facilitation with survivors, we heard that survivors often desire depth in their relationships, but find it challenging to process and communicate their experience with others. Additionally, many shared that if they do work up the courage to share and are met with judgment or blame, it causes a major break in trust or even an end to relationships.
When we spoke with co-survivors, we heard things from their perspective. One shared openly, "There's a feeling of helplessness of not really being able to support my partner in certain situations. I'm supposed to be her partner, but there's really nothing I can do at this point besides just being there, and that really pains me." Besides helplessness, co-survivors often face a host of complicated feelings, such as sadness, anger, guilt, and blame for themselves or the survivor.
We wondered where co-survivors could go to address these concerns, and when we looked further, we heard from co-survivors, "I wasn't sure where to look, and I wasn't sure what was actually helpful and what was not." The more we researched, the more we found that there's a lack of comprehensive resources available to address the co-survivor need. Many of these resources are focused on the survivor's experience, which, while central, further leaves the co-survivor's needs and feelings unaddressed. Even with these challenges, every co-survivor we spoke to really wanted to play a role in the survivor's healing journey. Because of this intrinsic motivation and the survivor's desire for this type of support, we see the survivor to co-survivor relationship as our primary leverage point in increasing support for their survivor in their long-term healing.
This brings us to our intervention side by side. We decided to call this so because we truly believe that the journey to healing is best done side by side, with both the survivor and co-survivor taking responsibility of their own work, understanding their role, and growing and learning together. The premise of our work and our model of change is a positive reinforcing loop. We believe that by increasing support for co-survivors, it will enable them to increase support and better support the survivors in their lives, lessen the burden placed on survivors to heal alone, and decrease the shame and stigma they feel. The less stigma they encounter, the more trust they'll build. And with more trust comes more open communication, encouraging them to talk about their feelings, needs, and boundaries, and build meaningful connections.
To make this possible, work needs to be done by both survivors and co-survivors individually before they come together. Survivors need to be equipped with self-awareness and trauma-informed communication tools, and co-survivors need education around trauma and support, as well as an understanding of their role as a loving and supportive presence and not a therapist. We've created a flexible and interconnected system for our intervention made of 3 components: one that focuses on the survivor, one that focuses on the co-survivor, and one that focuses on their relationship together.
The first part that we're going to speak about is the central piece, where the survivor and co-survivor come together to heal. We co-created this with our community partner alongside survivors and co-survivors. The healing guides use creative journaling and educational activities as a tool for reflection and healing, allowing people to express and process their own experiences without worrying about what another person might say. At the end of every section, there's an activity and space for the survivor and co-survivor to come together and discuss. The benefits of this guide is that it allows the survivor and co-survivor to take ownership of their own healing. It builds vocabulary to better communicate their experiences and creates a trusted, safe space where both can learn and grow together in a facilitated manner. In order to make this more accessible and sustainable, we're currently looking into independent publishing and are in conversation with a few organizations.
To get feedback on our healing guide, we created a book brunch where survivors could be in community with each other while reading and reflecting together. Though this started as a co-creation space for our healing guide, we soon realized the benefit of a survivor support space while engaging with the material. We wanted to make sure that these relationships would go beyond our designated meetings, so we did a lot of bonding together to build relationships and created an iMessage group for us all to stay connected. After the book brunch, we got this really nice note in a post survey. They shared, "The activities and strategies I've learned have enabled me to engage in deep reflection regarding how I really feel and what I really need while I'm on this healing journey. Our time together has given me the space to grow and has given me the language to better express myself and talk about my experience with others." The benefits of this group are that it builds confidence and encourages sharing, it creates feelings of validation and fosters a sense of belonging, and it builds capacity for self-reflection without judgment. Everyone in the group wanted to continue having more book brunches, so we have one scheduled for the coming weeks, and we're soon going to be testing a similar space for co-survivors.
So while we were co-creating with survivors, we were also co-creating with co-survivors. In conversations with them, we heard that their primary desire was for a space where their questions could be answered. So we began creating an online platform to make this a reality. Every week, we co-created with a group of co-survivors, prototyped and tested an online platform called Side-by-Side Support. Through Side-by-Side Support, a co-survivor can send a message and ask a trauma therapist a question, receive a response alongside other resources, and find community through learning about the experiences of other co-survivors. The benefits of this platform are that it allows them to be in a space to learn and grow without judgment. It is a reliable source of information and answers, and is a community space where they can feel seen and heard. Our next steps moving forward are to continue collaborating with Rio, a trauma-informed life coach, as well as a technical expert to build it out further.
While we see the Healing Guide, Book Brunch, and Support platform as interconnected parts that support each other, they are also flexible enough to be engaged with individually and at different parts of the healing journey. Trusted, intimate connections are fundamental to meaningful and satisfying lives. Side by Side starts by shifting mindsets in relationships, and we see this as a catalyst to decreasing shame and stigma, leading to a positive impact on communities and eventually society at large.
This is so much more than a thesis project to us. It's our life's work that we built out of a deep belief that relationships can heal. We saw this firsthand in our partnership with each other and the loving relationships in our lives. And so we hope to continue to build this out further with our community as we move ahead and for many more years to come. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Art Portal, a design intervention that aims to support people impacted by the criminal legal system. I am Laura Ceron Melo. I use she, her pronouns. I am Colombian, I'm queer, I'm an immigrant in this country. I believe in love and justice. I believe that self-expression and relationships are the most important ingredients for individual and collective healing. And I believe in the saying attributed to many that hurt people, and that heal people, heal people. Today I'm gonna be talking about mass incarceration and reentry, and I will walk you through my journey of building Art Portal. So to begin with, mass incarceration refers to the extreme rates of imprisonment in the US. It disproportionately impacts Black, Indigenous, and people of color living in conditions of poverty. Currently, the correctional system controls over 7 million people. Throughout this presentation, I will use the terms individuals with justice system involvement and individuals impacted by the criminal legal system to refer to the humans directly impacted by this system and by mass incarceration. Now, let's talk about reentry, which is the process of transitioning from prisons or jails back into the community. It is also a very complex system with many players, from all levels of government to reentry organizations to local advocacy groups. The ACLU tells us that each year, 650,000 people nationwide return from prison to their communities. To support those who are returning, there are reentry programs and an entire organization that offer help with things like housing, food, and health services. Others offer help with job training and legal support, among other things. These services are life-saving for thousands of people like Pedro. Pedro came back to the community last year after 20 years of imprisonment. Since the beginning of his return, he has been connected with a reentry organization in the city, which is where he still gets food on the daily. His case manager has secured him a bed in a shelter and also guided him to access state benefits and health care services. A vocational training has enabled him to get temporary jobs in construction. Pedro has his basic needs covered, and sometimes he even gets extra cash that allows him to luxuries like a nice dinner or a shopping adventure. He's thankful to be outside, but he feels overwhelmed by how much things have changed and how much he has to learn in order to navigate his new life. For instance, he's learned that a lot of the socializing now happens digitally, and he's frustrated that he can't partake because he doesn't know how to use a smartphone or access the internet. He has met helping people during this reentry process, but he can't help the feelings of shame, loneliness, and isolation. His family excluded him, and after 2 decades away, his friendships vanished. Overall, he's very grateful to have the support he has, but still he feels lost, alone, and sometimes even without purpose in life. In my research, I found that the most common reentry services are indeed fundamental to keep people alive, like in Pedro's case. However, I also found that there is a gap in the system when it comes to tending to the social, emotional needs. And it turns out that those are what allow for healing, growth, and a sense of fulfillment in life. Think about the hierarchy of needs of Maslow. Those top 3 levels, those are the ones that enable healing and post-traumatic growth, among other things. They are what help us build meaningful lives beyond survival and for the long term.
My research also showed that self-expression through creativity and community building are rarely included in the breadth of services within the reentry system. They are seen as disposable and nice to haves. However, what I've learned through research and also in my own life is that given the tools for self-expression in community, people can tend to those needs. And this is the specific problem that I'm addressing with this project. In short, the deprioritization and self-expression through creativity and community building in the reentry system. To address this problem, I got the honor to work with one of the unicorns in the system, the Fortune Society, which is a reentry organization that serves around 9,000 New Yorkers every year. They have a creative arts program that offers workshops in music, creative writing, acting, drawing, and more. My way into the organization was Jamie, the creative writing teacher who invited me to her class. They're amazing. The creative writing class is a group of around 15 participants from diverse backgrounds and demographics, all of them impacted by the criminal legal system, and all of them now growing their writing skills. I came to the space wanting to learn about who they are, what they want, and most of all, how could I support them? I have been attending the class for over 5 months now, participating and actively listening, and slowly becoming part of the community. I have also sent out surveys, conducted interviews, and brainstorming sessions and other research activities. And based on what I've heard, what I've seen, these are my key learnings. First of all, that this class is a healing and a brave space, and that art making is life-affirming for all of them. Second, that they want to reach out to connect with more people and expand the community. And more broadly, to reach to the mainstream to create empathy and reduce the social stigma. Third, sharing their work with others is very important to them, and a lot of them, most of them, want to be published. Based on these learnings and all the research, I asked myself, how can we build a structure that supports the desires of the group while also addressing the gap in the system? I proposed to my artist friends in the class to co-create an online platform to address all these, and they welcomed the idea with excitement. So I present to you Art Portal. Art Portal is an art center platform co-created with and for people with justice system involvement that seeks A, to elevate their voices and artwork, B, raise awareness about the important role of art and community in the reentry and criminal legal systems, and C, help change the narrative about people with justice system involvement. Art Portal is a system composed of 7 parts thus far. Among them, we have a resources element, which is a curated compilation of reentry and arts resources, and a part that is dedicated to introducing the program. We also have a publishing element, where every artist in the program will have some of their artwork published. For most, this will be their first portfolio, which they could use to submit their work to publications, competitions, and other things. In the future, we will have a financial support element that will allow artists to get monetary contributions for their work through donations and sales of their work. Down the line, we will also offer how-to guides and video tutorials to address the technology illiteracy challenge that is common for many people returning to the community, people like Pedro. And last but not least, I'm documenting this whole process of building the portal, and this documentation will live in the portal itself with the hope that it will serve as a tool for other groups and organizations to create their own art programs and their own art portals. To co-create the platform, we formed an advisory board composed of myself, Jamie, and other 5 volunteers. In our sessions, we have discussed things from the logotype to the audience and calls to actions. We propose, we discuss, we vote, and we agree the best ways to move forward. Weaved into our collaboration is the intention of making this process one of mutual learning and capability development. While I learn from their expertise and their lives, I also get to share an insight into the design universe, as well as guiding them into developing a sense of agency, confidence, responsibility, and leadership. I hope that they take pride and ownership of the platform and become advocates for their rollout. In working in this way, the process becomes an output itself. The totality of this is both the tangible outputs and the process of creating them. In the coming months, we will keep working together to build the portal and all its supporting materials. The rollout of Art Portal at Fortune is a low-hanging fruit, since they already have the program and foundational structures in place. They just need to invest a few $100s per year to upkeep the website and perhaps hire someone part-time to keep the website updated. Ideally, this would be one of the artists from the arts program. Having a tangible structure like these will almost serve as a business card to introduce and help raise awareness of the program and its benefits within and without the organization. The vision is that as a main player in the reentry system, Fortune has the opportunity to influence and inspire other organizations and even government to support and expand the program. My vision is that Art Portal will be a drop in the sea of the reentry system that makes big ripples. We start small and niche in the creative arts program, and we work hard to make waves that touch other organizations and that hits the whole reentry system at large, and at last, that reaches to the general public. The change that I and that we want to create starts by humanizing and valuing the individuals who have been impacted by the system. Art Portal is a tool that advocates for holistic reentry services that foster growth and healing, not just survival. It advocates for programs, organizations, and systems that promote mutuality, opportunity, justice, and love. Imagine Pedro becoming a poet and going to slam contests cheered by his fellow writers from the class. Imagine him being published and getting an income from the sales of his books. Imagine Pedro becoming a mentor for other individuals returning to the community after their incarceration. I say this is possible. Above all, my long-term aspiration is that this platform becomes a vehicle for individual and collective healing. I said at the beginning that I believe in something we say in the creative writing class all the time, that hurt people, and that heal people, heal people. And I hope that we can extend the healing powers of art and community to many more people impacted by the system, and that those who are a little bit more healed, like my friends in the class, can become healers in their own worlds. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I am Amwaj and my work is in supporting people with Down syndrome and their families. I would like to start with an acknowledgement. People who have Down syndrome should be acknowledged as a person first and foremost. Now let me introduce you to my lucky charm and inspiring sibling Firas. He is born with Down syndrome, which is a genetic condition that affected his physical characteristics, cognitive abilities, and overall health. This condition made him so unique and need more intensive care, family attention, and a guided effort to help his growth. But he is not alone. In Saudi Arabia, the occurrence percentage has exceeded the global rate. Down syndrome's estimated incidence is approximately 1 out of 550 births. Many families are sharing the same experience. One of the most challenging tasks for families with Down syndrome is navigating support. It is a very complicated and tangled situation that I have lived in myself and been investigating and learning in depth during my thesis journey from a system thinking lens. The support provided for families with Down syndrome is coming from 4 primary resources. First is healthcare system, where the family gets the news about the child's condition and start the journey of uncertainty. Unfortunately, the healthcare system contributes to making this phase a hard one because of the lack of training on preparing the family for such news. Second, most services are provided under the Ministry of Social Development regulation. They are often charities and non-profits, neither consistent nor sustainable, making the family frustrated and concerned about the quality of their services. Third, formal education for people with cognitive disabilities is provided by the Ministry of Education, and it is still figuring its shape. Lastly is community support, which appears in 2 layers. One is the community of families with Down syndrome, where they mainly communicate over WhatsApp to keep connected. The second layer is the larger Saudi community, where awareness and acceptance contribute to the family's well-being. These 4 bodies are mainly working in silos, but recently there have been efforts from nonprofit organizations to influence government structures and private practices. Also, the community of families is trying to be vocal about their unmet needs, demanding formal education and career opportunities. Now you can imagine how overwhelming it can be for families in this situation. In working with such a vulnerable community, I had to build trust over time, showing my devotion and commitment every time I show up. In the research phase, I was driven by the question: we create channels for the community of families with Down syndrome to feel supported in Saudi Arabia. To answer this question, I have collaborated with Himam, my community partner. It is a non-profit organization supporting families with disabilities by providing consultations and support programs. I have reached more than 10 families. They are my guidance in doing the work. I have been co-creating my intervention with 5 families. In addition, I found it very important to reach out to entities doing similar work to get insights from their practices. Meeting people working in the space had helped me to find the gaps and opportunities to support the community of families. From over 10 online interviews, 7 co-creation sessions, 2 prototypes, and another research activities, I have found that there are many efforts in helping and supporting people with Down syndrome and their families, but the need is still massive. Also, I found that families are eager to see their children with Down syndrome participating and practicing life and engage with their surroundings as typically developed kids. Here I found an opportunity to fill a gap in the current support system. What about bringing joy to families? What about spreading hope and motivation among families? What about concentrating on people with Down syndrome's abilities? What about raising the Saudi community's awareness of Down syndrome? These will lead to families feeling supported, proud, and eager to foster the children's growth, which will help the manifestation of my theory of change greater goal to increase the integration of children with Down syndrome with the society in Saudi Arabia. So here is my intervention, kind. Kind translated in Arabic, طيب, which also means I am very well. It is a platform that creates a culture of celebrating people with Down syndrome's abilities through the arts. It provides diverse art programs, workshops, and engaging online activities and challenges that show the local Saudi community how awesome and creative people with Down syndrome can be. From the first day publicly, Kind has invited the community to create its visual identity through a call out for art. I have received loads of support and praise. Families were happy with sharing and celebrating their children's art. And I got 11 participants with many drawings over the week. Then I shared back to the community through a series of posts on Instagram over 3 days. As you can see in the slide, Kind has incorporated the drawings in its visual identity. Kind got lots of mentions, thanks, messages, and repostings from families. Among many great responses, Faisal's mom said, "Thank you for making the space for my child's art. This activity is so great." So how does Kind work? KIND will facilitate art and skill-based workshops for people with Down syndrome and create space for the community to gather. Each workshop will be designed with learning goals for the participants. Then, KIND will leverage its website and social media to celebrate the participants' art and shed light on their skills. And to the larger Saudi community, KIND will contribute to raise awareness about the community of people with Down syndrome and honor their abilities. And this exactly what KIND did in its first workshop, Welcome Ramadan Workshop. Ramadan has a great value in the Saudi culture. It is the month of religious rituals. With the help of a team of volunteers and artists, 3 organizers, Abdurrahman and I, we created cozy, joyful experience for the kids and their families. KIND facilitated a drawing together workshop themed by welcoming the holy month. We started the session by introducing the paintings' shapes and colors to get them excited. Then kids started painting following the artist's instructions. Meanwhile, families were having exciting conversations with much laughter. After a while, families got excited and asked me to join their kids. I happily welcomed them, and here the fun started. They were having so much fun talking to each other and cheering their kids to finish the drawings nicely. This emergent act had me think of doing Family Duets art workshop next time. In KIND's social media, we created a virtual after party, posting photos and videos of the 2 hours workshop with comments and mentions for our community. Day after the workshop, I got this message from Tahani's mom, one of the participants, saying, "Thank you for last night. Today after iftar, Tahani changed her clothes, saying, 'Mom, let's go to Colors.' She was laughing the whole night and got up excited the day after. Hope you continue this work and we get to do this again." For Tahani, Tahani's mom, to my brother, and all the families who want a spark of hope, KIND will grow and continue celebrating its community. Soon, it will include more arts. It could be a 2-month music class that produces musical show people can attend. KIND could offer a barista class that fund a pop-up cafe run by incredible people with Down syndrome. KIND could prepare a poetry workshop and arrange a poetry night. I will happily work on this project beyond my thesis, grow the team, find collaborations, do fundraising, and with the community we build the future of KIND. Thinking in details of the sustainable plan, KIND has many directions where it can grow and continue to serve the community. I will work on fundraising and financially sustaining KIND's activities, programs and workshops, leveraging presentation materials and making a statement to the world. KIND will have collaborations built on mutual benefits with the help of community places, volunteers, and donors. Working on capacity building, I will equip myself with the practices needed to carry the work forward, such as trauma-informed design, special need training, and social impact management. KIND will measure its impact by how many smiles it creates and for how long it will keep these smiles up. Thank you.
What a year. What a semester. The DSI class of 2021 is one like no other. In this line of work, we often work within constraints that require creative approaches. Funding constraints, resource constraints, staffing constraints. These are all constraints that we are used to and that we know how to work with. How does one advise on the constraints caused by a global pandemic? What those of you watching today might not realize is that this class gathered at 7 a.m. New York time daily so that their peers in other cities and in other time zones could also gather at the same time at also awkward times for them. All I can say is I hope that the students learned as much from me as I learned from them. We have some excellent students, and in many cases now expert virtual facilitators and virtual presenters. I encourage all of you guys to put this on your resume. You guys do it better than so many people, and it's a very hard thing to do that so many people don't know how to do. I had the pleasure to work directly with 6 incredibly talented students who produce creative work that addresses issues important to them, and it has been such a pleasure to me to follow each journey. Leah, you designed a program that my organization participated in. How cool is that? I remain incredibly impressed by the institutions you gathered and supported as part of Celebrate ERP, and the way you handled every challenge that came your way with grace and professionalism. Mahima and Jamvi, you have designed a program that shares your own learnings, and the care that you took to ensure you did so properly is evident in the positive feedback you have received from your stakeholders and your co-designers. I am very excited to see where the crossover takes you, should you continue to work on it. I learned a lot from both of you. Jacqueline, you captured something playful and fun in your work that changed the way people experience the city. How many times did I email you about a friend's encounter with urban wildlife? I always looked forward to our meetings and hearing your stories. Yaren, I'm so impressed by the positive feedback you have received from your community. I wish that I could have flown to see your work firsthand. Shuyu, your project is timely and relevant, important, and a huge issue to take on. You did so boldly and confidently, and where you landed is impactful. I cannot believe how much you have done in these last few weeks. Thank you all for spending time with me each week and teaching me so many new things. Leah?
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Leah Brown, and I use she, her pronouns. I'd like to take a moment before I get started to invite you to think about your favorite outdoor area, park or green. Picture it in your mind and give it some love while I introduce my thesis project. Community conservation, creating community resiliency through closure. So research shows that the greater amount of green spaces in one's living environment, the greater the association with their drawn to water. And regardless if I'm out in the woods or in the city, I find value and purpose in these spaces. When I moved to New York City in 2019, I specifically chose to live in the Lower East Side because of its proximity to the East River. Along the East River in Lower Manhattan is East River Park, a 57.5-acre waterfront park that serves over 1.5 million people a year. The park is home to bike and footpaths, ball fields, open passive spaces, benches, tables, as well as native flora and fauna. Like so many others, I'm inherently drawn to this beautiful open waterfront space. I visit the park at least 5 times a week, sometimes more. And the value of this and any green space in New York is essential. So you can imagine my surprise when I found out that East River Park was closing for a giant city-funded climate resiliency project called the East Side Coastal Resiliency Plan, which I'll refer to from now on as ESCR. Aimed to temporarily close the park for 3 to 5 years with a closing date that's not yet been solidified. The closure will happen and the park will be raised by 10 feet to lower 10 feet to protect lower Manhattan from volatile weather patterns such as surge and flooding caused by climate change and sea level rise. So the issue is due to the ESCR plan, the East River Park community is losing access to an urban natural resource that is necessary to their health and well-being and will cause major disruption to their lives. So this is a tense and challenging issue because there are so many stakeholders that exist in this park. First and foremost, there's the individual users of the park. People go there for biking, running, commuting, fishing, foraging, gardening, and education, and just to enjoy the open waterfront space. There are also a bunch of organizations that work in and around the park in many different areas, from housing to stewardship to sports and recreation, as well as preservation, history, foraging, and education. In addition to the residents of the Lower East Side and Chinatown and the East Village, there's a large housing community that borders East River Park, and they rely heavily on that open space. And lastly, not only are the community members and organizations' lives being disrupted by park closure, East River Park hosts an abundance of biological ecosystems that will be more than compromised during closure. The plan will remove over 1,000 mature trees and tear up habitat and infrastructure. So I dove into my research to understand the experiences and the needs of the community in regards to the closure of East River Park. I did primary, secondary research, looking at articles, but also at official documents from the city to understand what was going on, what the plans of the park closure were. I also did over 400 hours of observations because I'm in the park 5 days a week. And then I did interviews of over 80 users, from park users to community leaders to city representatives. The four main insights that I found was that most people do not know the park is closing, and they have no idea where they're going to go when the park does close. Additionally, there are many stakeholders in the park. However, they're disconnected from each other. And lastly, there's a lot of tension around the ESCR plan and park closure. The community of East River Park isn't prepared for the park closure, and they do not know what they're going to do. So the first thing I asked was, what are we going to do when this happens? How might the community of East River Park feel prepared for park closure? Insert community resiliency. Community resiliency is the sustained ability of a community to access available resources, to prepare for, respond to, withstand, and recover from challenging situations. It's the capacity of a community to recover quickly and adapt to change. And as a conservationist, this is important to me and relevant because conservation is the preservation and protection of something, and that something is community in place. So therefore I ask, how might we build community resiliency by preparing for park closure? Through connection and support. Based on this, my intervention developed in 3 parts. The first includes bringing people to the park through some sort of event to let them know that the park is closing and to connect them with community organizations that can be of support to them. Additionally, to produce and distribute a map of alternative green spaces since people do not know where to go. This map will be live and open sourced and for anyone to add to over time and effectively creates shared resources. Lastly, to develop a community building platform to connect before, during, and after park closure. Diving into some prototypes of the map, to determine which platform is best to be used for this open source map, I tested 2 prototypes. I wanted to test for how easy the platform was to use, if you could add things to it on a mobile phone, and the general aesthetics of the map. The first platform I tried was Google Maps, using the available open source feature, and the second prototype was Green Map. I tested the maps myself and with 3 users as well. Diving into the different strengths and weaknesses of these 2 prototypes, Google Maps platform and strength platform strengths were that it's familiar to most people. People know how to use it. It's pretty easy to use, and you can categorize sites on a map. The weaknesses were that you're not able to add sites from your mobile phone, and you cannot link to other maps or attach photos to a site. Diving into the Green Map platform, the strengths are that it's a platform that's actually aimed at sustainability and community building, and it has specific icons based on what kind of site you're using. The weaknesses is that it's not a well-known platform, so you have to like search for it, and it takes a second to get used to. And to find a site on a map, you actually have to zoom in rather than just putting in a geolocation. But based on these two platforms, I decided to move forward with the green maps, and so that's what you can find out there to now. So I am working with, and bear with me, the Laurie Site Ecology Center, Earth Celebrations, Urban Park Rangers, Green Map, Solar One, Friends of Corliers Park, Goals, Plus Pool, Laurie Site Preservation Initiative, East River Alliance, Lewis Seda Open Streets Community Coalition, Urban Around, and other community organizations to build community through park closure. These organizations work in a range of fields, from housing to education to ecology to art to stewardship and history. Together with my community partners, we co-designed a multi-activity event in East River Park on Saturday, April 12, 2021. 12 organizations participated and hosted 14 events across the park, ranging from workshops to sustainability-oriented crafts, stewardship activities, and tours to alternative spaces. I also developed this green space map that is live and open source, so people may add to it at any time. And lastly, I developed the East River Park Community Facebook group for members to join, connect, and add to over time. The goals of this event were to prepare the community for park closure, and this is relevant whether the park closes now or in 5 years. The day of, I developed promotional materials for each of the organizations to use during their time at the event. And right before the event, I hosted a facilitation with all the participating organizations. Even though all of the organizations work together, they didn't all know each other specifically. And so we came together and did a couple of online activities, one of which was sharing what community resiliency means to them. And some words that came up were synergy, shared resources, and mutual aid. Additionally, because there's so much tension around park closure, I wanted to come up and start talking about a shared language around how we're going to communicate this to our community. And so some language that came up around that was phased, temporary, a plan, and climate resiliency. During implementation, we also hosted a small activity near the fireboat house, which was the entry, that invited community members to share what community resiliency looks like to them, building off the facilitation. And these are some of the things that people came up with. After the event, I gave some exit surveys to the organizations and to the people participating, and overall everything was very positive. Additionally, park goers left feeling like they were more prepared for park closure. Some of the learnings that came up during this process was that working with East River Park organizations was really successful because they're all losing access to that park as well. So they connected through solidarity and networking as well. Resource sharing between the groups was like very easy and happened constantly. And because of the similarities in goals and values, it was very successful. My key insights were this is a very tense and challenging issue, losing access to this park. And no one really wants the park to close, but we all have similar goals in terms of climate resiliency and the love of the park. So building from here, I imagine this to be a reoccurring event, either a series around park closure or an annual event that rotates between parks. Additionally, there are artifacts that will live beyond this, which is the alternative space map and the community building platform. And I also imagine this to be the beginning of a reopening process. The park is going to close, but will also open at some point. So how do we document this closure and people's love of the park, and then how do we come back together for reopening? And for myself and my design practice, I'd like to continue to grow as a facilitator and to continue to create spaces for people to come together through connection and support, whether to solve a problem or to create a moment. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Mahima Jaju.
And I'm Janvi Gadalia. We both use she and her pronouns. And today we're going to talk about disability in India. Before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge that there are different ways of addressing disability. In this presentation, we will be using identity first language. So instead of saying person with a disability, we will be saying disabled person, a term that large parts of the Indian disability community are actively advocating for.
Let's start with a short story. This is Rohit. He was born with an intellectual disability and he lives with his mother in a small town in India. Time and again, he is harassed, pitied, made to feel incompetent and inferior by those around him. One morning, Rohit's life miraculously turns around as he wakes up without his disability. Overnight, he becomes a charming, intelligent, desirable young man. People treat him with utmost love and respect, and he's now able to overcome any challenge that might come his way.
As you might have guessed, this is not a real story. Rohit is a fictional character from a blockbuster Indian film that made $13 billion at the box office. This film is a classic example of how Indian cinema has been objectifying and misrepresenting disability. From helpless and pitiful portrayals to stories of inspiration, from using disability as a comic relief to making characters disabled as a punishment for their misdeeds, all these representations give the message that living with a disability is nothing but a tragedy, and that they will never be an equal part of society until they overcome them. Such misrepresentations have fueled innumerable myths and cultivated unconscious biases among audiences.
Indian cinema is the biggest film industry in the world, producing around 1,800 films every year. Given its wide reach, popularity, and diversity, films are at the heart of Indian culture. And especially in a country which has historically marginalized and excluded disabled people, their realities remain unknown to most. In such a situation, films play an unparalleled role in shaping the way millions of Indians see disability. So we wondered, how can the power of film itself be used as a catalyst to reframe society's perception of disability?
But being non-disabled ourselves, our own understanding of disability has been shaped by the media. So to be able to answer this question, it was important for us to keep our own biases in check and immerse ourselves in the community, knowing that they are the experts. We began by conducting several interviews and group discussions with diverse disabled people. They shared with us their experiences of how they see their disability and how frustrated they were with the way films have been portraying them. To gain a deeper understanding of their lives, we observed social media channels where disabled people gathered to actively bust myths, advocate for disability justice, and challenge societal norms. We also connected with a disability community called Revival. They invited us to join their WhatsApp group where we observed how they were bringing attention to everyday ableism, discussing how unrelatable and disrespectful representations in the media are. Through all of this work, we had the incredible opportunity to be mentored by advocates Liz Jackson and Alex Haggard, whose radical work around disability justice gave us deeper insights into how representations of disability can so often turn into exploitation.
Our research so far had familiarized us with how the community does not want to be represented. To understand what authentic representation looks like and how filmmakers can do better, we facilitated an ideation session with Revival, where we came up with a long list of do's and don'ts of disability representation. To both of us, it was clear that the core of what what disabled people have been saying lies in these following 3 points. 1. Disability is an identity and not a personal tragedy. Disabled people want filmmakers to lose their obsession of constantly fixing and curing disability in their films as if it is something broken and damaged. Disabled characters should have agency in their narratives. Their social and romantic lives should be acknowledged, and complexities of living with a disability should be retained and not ridiculed.
Second, disability is diversity. Filmmakers must realize that disabled people are a part of every community across the globe. No two people have the same experiences. So different types of visible and invisible disabilities must be given representation in leading as well as supporting roles. And to ensure that different perspectives and experiences are included, filmmakers must show identities across age, caste, gender, and socioeconomic status.
And lastly, there are 90 million disabled people in India, and they must be considered an active part of the audience for any and every film. This will ensure that representations resonate with the community.
When asked how filmmakers can achieve this, their answer was loud and clear. Filmmakers who do not have lived experience of disability can only have assumptions. They need to first understand what it is that they're doing wrong and be open to reframing their understanding of disability. They're saying, meet us, ask us questions, watch films that we love and hate, educate yourself about disability. So, what if learning how to authentically represent disability is made part of learning how to make a good film? What if young filmmakers are sensitized to ableism way before they enter the industry so that they can be agents of change and shape the films of tomorrow?
Introducing the Crossover, an experiential learning program that equips non-disabled film students with tools to identify ableism and understand the misrepresentation of disability films. It enables students to interrogate their assumptions of disability, realize the impacts of bad representation, and ensures that their narratives originate from people with lived experiences. To stay true to the community voices and what they're advocating for, we invited our dear friends Preeti Singh, a disability advocate, and Rachit Raj, a writer and film critic, to co-design this program with us. It has 3 parts: the crossover workshop, the crossover guide, and the crossover lectures.
In the crossover workshop, students begin by discussing the power of storytelling and its impact on marginalized communities. They are then prompted to write the plot of a short story where they must include at least one disabled character. Next, they're introduced to disability stereotypes that are most commonly used in Indian films. Students learn about the impacts of these representations and why they must be avoided. To learn how to steer away from these stereotypes, they're also introduced to concepts that instead help in normalizing disability, and these filmmakers. Since both what to avoid and what to adopt can manifest in various different ways, students analyze good and bad examples of popular Indian films and identify stereotypes in them. They are prompted to make note of how elements like character arc, music, color schemes, dialogues, etc. are used to shape our understanding of disability. And finally, with these new lenses, students go back to their own stories and check if they have implicitly used these stereotypes and reflect on the assumptions they might have made while writing stories about disability.
The workshop is just the beginning of a much longer practice of checking assumptions. To continue this, students are provided with the crossover guide, which serves as a self-reflection tool. It has detailed explanations of disability stereotypes and normalizing concepts that were taught in the workshop, examples of Indian films that use them, and references to must-know disability advocates. It also has a section of questions to ask yourself that students must engage with when they're writing stories that include disability.
And finally, the crossover lectures is a series of discussions, critique, and Q&A sessions conducted by disabled creators and disability advocates that we connected with during our research. This platform aims to enable more conversations around disability representation and encourages filmmakers to listen to the voices of the community. Through this, students get direct access to learn about the disability movement, and disabled people use this platform to promote their work and increase disability visibility.
We piloted the crossover workshop with the film and video department at our undergraduate school, MIT India. Upon completing the workshop, participants told us that he felt like a deer in the headlights. I had never realized that such popular representation is creating a negative idea about disability. Participants realized that all their stories either focused on the struggles of disability or how the character had overcome them. I didn't even know that I was using so many stereotypes. Now these patterns are so apparent, I can see them everywhere. And students learned that it is only possible to make authentic representations when they engage with the community. I cannot show disabled people on screen unless I involve them behind the screen as well. Their involvement is key. By starting to question their assumptions about disability, these young filmmakers have taken their very first steps in crossing over from ableism to awareness.
During the participant reflections, Preeti said that this is a continuous learning process. There can never be a perfect representation. But even if one person becomes aware of their bias, it can create a domino effect. The impact will be slow, but this is important work. Rachit, Preeti, Mahima and I are very excited to take this program to more film schools together and work towards making disability studies a mandatory part of film education. Engaging with a community that we were not a part of has taught us the value of self-reflection, the importance of identifying, acknowledging, and actively deconstructing our biases. What happens when we realize we didn't even know we didn't know? What happens when we honor lived experiences? What happens when we share power?
We begin to see possibilities. In a country that produces 1,800 films a year, that's 1,800 opportunities to change the narrative of disability.
Thank you so much. This project would not have been possible without Liz and Alex, without Preeti and Rachit, without Kara, without Mia, without all of you sitting here.
And our friends and family who are tuning in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jacqueline Bao. I'm talking about how to better connect and coexist with urban wildlife in New York City today. In 2021, nearly 8 million New Yorkers share their streets, backyards, waterfront, parks with more than 600 species of wild animals. Zoom in, we can see that in the city, this connection between humans and wildlife could be only one backyard tree, serving as a habitat for some birds or squirrels to thrive happily. Zoom out from food chain industry, water quality improvement, to mental therapy. Wildlife around is closely related to human activities, and together they form a complex urban ecosystem. In a nutshell, our daily life depends on urban wildlife. What's strange is that although New Yorkers encounter wildlife very often, they pay little attention to nature, and they have misunderstandings due to limited knowledge. There's a gap between people who dedicated their lives to protect urban biodiversity and people who merely want to admire the cuteness. Even though these experts try to send out the correct message, it's hard for everyone, like random park visitors, to fully accept ideas and apply them, while all the New Yorkers can directly encounter wildlife. Urban wildlife is undervalued, invisible, and taken for granted. There's a disconnection, but we are all interconnected. So how might we fix the disconnection? How to open New Yorkers' eyes and remind them of the abundance of urban wildlife? How might we encourage them to notice more, care more, appreciate more, and help the ecosystem to thrive? The key is the reintroduction of an animal back into the ecosystem, and this is where the science becomes art. My thesis goal is to create a framework that reconnects urban wildlife to New Yorkers' daily lives by increasing positive awareness. To better understand the context of NYC's urban wildlife and both wildlife and citizens' needs, here's a summary of my research and prototype phase. I conduct an online survey on New Yorkers' experience with urban wildlife. From the survey, I invited several volunteers to participate in a one-on-one workshop to understand how to increase positive awareness. I learned that participants are more likely to be attracted by experience, story sharing, engaging activities. They love the process of noticing and reintroducing wildlife into their daily lives. So with my partner, Urban Utopia, Wildlife Rehabilitation, and the Wildlife NYC's database help, my intervention adds up. Here it is, underscore around. It means like you can put any words in the front, like cuteness around, fabulous around. What I want everyone to notice is that no matter what you think urban wildlife are, they are always around and interconnected with us. The framework contains 3 different parts. The social media platform that creates a space for people who have the same passion for a healthy urban ecosystem, for the gathering and scavenger hunt games are designed for specific space, and the offline activity booths. So urban underscore around is created to be an open space that can gather people who are showing similar interests towards urban wildlife. The structure of the post is encountering story plus data visualization plus professional guidance. Posts include factor sheets, some biography of wildlife, and stories of wildlife photography. I got lots of likes and views and some private messages of exciting stories. Another intervention is an offline activity I called a noticing booth in East River Park's community resilience event. The event goal is to rethink the coming closure of East River Park, like Leah Brown said. The suspension of maintenance on green spaces can impact on the conservation of key habitats and species. The intro booklet is for people passing by and not ready to stay for a long time in the green space. And here's the thing I designed for East River Park. In the booklet, there are the go-to messages for New Yorkers I co-create with Urban Utopia. On the back is the scavenger hunt game map of this park's wildlife, especially during April migration season. So you only need a story, a phone, and your eyes to take part in this activity. Anyone can apply the design process of the booths to any green spaces through easy modification. During the short time from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., I'm grateful to have so many people walking or jogging around and stop to ask about my booklet, my work. I distributed almost all my things and booklets and received photos and stories and of course words that comes from the bottom of the heart. What I learned from this intervention most is that it works perfectly, not only for people who join this time, but also for people around me, hearing me talking about urban wildlife around again and again. The moment they start to notice the existence of wildlife is the moment I feel so proud. In the future, underscore around aims to use the iNaturalist website database to apply this framework to different green spaces. I will cooperate with artists and photographers on social media platforms to generate more engaging and appealing content. As a designer, I want to argue for the application of design to benefit all species. My thesis approach is more nature-centered design, taking into account the needs of humans along with the needs of nature. I hope my thesis will shift the perspective from egocentric to biocentric, ultimately helping to envision and create a sustainable and more environmental future. After all, my starting point, the little sparrow I encountered and saved in my childhood, has flown away. And I hope all the best for the healthy coexistence of urban wildlife in every city. If you notice, there are lots of hidden wild animals figures in my presentation, and this is a good sign because first, you gotta notice before you start to care about it. Thank you for listening.
Well, I think I still remember that 2 years ago I wear the same clothes that in front of our DSI auditorium room and introduce myself and why I can do DSI, my passions to the future. And after 2 years journeys, we land here. And I'm gonna present my thesis project with you guys. So I'm here to talk about museums. I think you all know that I love museums. I explored so many different museums during the past 2 years living in New York City. And museums always reminds me of education, art, beauty, public, culture, history, and peace. But it barely crossed my mind of what it takes to bring a museum to life. It's the people. It's the museum staff. Who are they? They are board, directors, curators, educators, security officers, and from different departments and different position levels. But there's a lack of ethnic diversity in staffing. According to a national survey on demographic by Mellon Foundation, they found around 70% of intelligence and decision-making positions are held by whites in the United States. It means that only 30% of staff in the intelligence and decision-making positions are made up with Black, Indigenous people of color. So what was less than 30% of BIPOC staff experience in museum industry? So in the traditional pathway to elevate the staff voices is to report issues to the HR department, but there are big trust issues between them and HR department because of a lacking history of following up on complaints, and HR departments exist to protect the institutions instead of the individuals. The traditional pathway is not sufficient for BIPOC staff to speak out and be heard. So from the interview and the surveys, I asked BIPOC staff to use 3 words to express their experience working in the museums. Some of the experience they share say that they feel unheard, they feel passive-aggressive, ignored, and undervalued. BIPOC staff experience of museums is very different from mine as a museum goers. Museum staff, BIPOC staff facing discrimination and unequal treatment in their workspace. Most of the time, their voice is silenced and unheard. So what can we do to make their voices heard and visible to museum leadership? In the further research that we understand museums as a public institutions that are committed to serve and be accountable to the public. And museums are dependent on the public financially through donation, visitation, and engagement. So public opinions play a significant role influencing the direction and decision made by museums. Outside pressure causes museums to change. So there are some groups that are trying to raise the public awareness of BIPOC staff experience. However, we need to elevate BIPOC staff voices more. And for example, is the Change Museum. It's Instagram accounts that they post the experience of BIPOC staff with all text. But research shows that the visual information can be processed 60,000 times faster than text, and people tend to remember only 20% of what they read, and while around 37% of the population are visual learners. Visuals are more accessible and compelling to the public. So I teamed up with Inclusion, my community partner, an organization creating a space to build community, connect people, share resources, elevate the experience around issues of inclusion and justice in museums. So after all discussion and iterations, we came up with our final thesis statement. How may we elevate the voices of museum BIPOC staff to the public in a visual, compelling way, so that the public can engage in issues and take actions to pressure the museum's leadership? So to achieve the goal, we came up with 3 prototypes to answer the questions below. Are BIPOC staff willing to share their story, and how? What's the best way to transform the written story into visual expression? If the visual expressions have the strong impact on public opinions and stimulate the conversation to put the pressure on museum leadership. So we co-designed with a format with either quantitative and qualitative questions to collect information from BIPOC staff. We're very mindful to avoid sensitive information such as museum names and any other detailed information. And we worked on executing the survey design appropriately in terms of the layout, the language, and the confidentiality. So what we learned from the prototype, actually people are very willing to share the story in the platform. And some of them are looking forward to reach out further and very appreciate our motivations. The second prototype I did with visualizers that we use the story and data that we collect to test out the visual transformation process. The exercise include providing the story and data, and after they read the stories, they can reflect on their thoughts, feeling based on the leading questions such as, how do you feel after reading the story? And what information stood out to you? And then brainstorm individual approaches which help them convey the ideas, and finally they can create their own visuals. In addition, I did some workshop with to test our story database user experience and workflow with different type of visualizers. To answer the question like what is the best UX design for the visualizer to access and navigate the database, and what's the best way to credit and support them. So after finish the two type with visualizer, I designed a guideline to navigate the site and the publishing process. So there are some visuals created by different visualizers. One of the visualizers say that he had fun with it and it's very good practiced. And one illustrator feels happy and frustrated during the process. Happy about contributing to BIPOC stuff, frustrated about what they experienced. So in order to understand if the visual expression had a strong impact on the public opinions and stimulate the conversation, I end up with final prototype with the public, the museum goers. So this is some very positive feedback we got from the audience. They said the visuals bring the experience and the staff frustrations to life. And some people reflect on themselves that what role do I play as an audience? Am I also discriminatory in my behaviors? So how can we bring all of these elements together? We conduct with Final Intervention Museum Unmuted. It's an online platform that collects story from museum BIPOC staff and connect with visualizer to produce original visualization based on the story repository in order to stimulate the conversation and understanding of BIPOC staff experience among the public. So the reason to build out a standalone website is to create a dedicated space that connect BIPOC staff, visualizer, and the public, and also can be more official format to store and showcase the story and visuals. And also we will have more opportunity to develop more activities and brandings. So how does the website work? So there's a portal that the BIPOC staff that can submit their experience, and they will be stored in our database. The story will be stored in our database, and the database will be available for visualizers to download, review, and generate into visual expression. The package for designers include raw data sets, guidelines to navigate the process, and different formats to open the data set. So after the visualizer generate the creation, they can submit them along with all the information with their works. And the visual will be presented on the gallery for all of us to browse. And then the audience can reflect their feelings, demands through the audience engagement portal. And we will publish the anonymous reflection, and also in the future we'll be able to share with museum directly and through the press. And we also provide more resource, article, update news about museum BIPOC stuff for an audience. So what's the future of the Museum Unmuted? So by building out the platform and the infrastructures that connect BIPOC staff, visualizers, and the public, we are creating a strong brand that has the opportunity to take the discussion offline and into the real world. Additionally, by creating a strong and recognizable platform that we can extend our service as a valuable brand representing the unheard voice of BIPOC staff. Through this position, we can design educational and workshop content to offer consultation service to museums to better listen and support the BIPOC staff. So when the unsolved problem exists among two communities, what we can do as a social designer is to create a platform that brings new connections, interactions, by designing an ecosystem, engaging, understanding, and changing the experience of the BIPOC staff doesn't just benefit them, but benefit everybody when our museum reflects the diversity, equity, inclusion they claim stand for. That's Make Museum Unmuted. Thank you.
I need to open up my notes. Can you all hear me okay? Hold on. Face ID doesn't work with a mask, and I haven't, Okay. I don't know why I'm breathing so hard. I think it's hard to walk and have this mask on. But first, I just wanted to say hi. I'm Mari. I go by she, her. And this is me in real life without a default San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge Zoom background. So this is what I look like in real life. It's really been surprisingly and not so surprisingly like a really emotional and kind of like, anxious day for me. I was sharing with some of you all that this is the first day in over a year that I've been on the train. So this is my first time on the train coming up here. This is my first time getting into this blazer, so thank goodness it still fits after this COVID year. And this is the first time I've been in like a theater or indoor space, since, I don't know, March of last year or something like that. And as I was taking the train here this morning, I was also realizing this is the first full year that we've been 100% remote, which also means this is the first time I'm meeting all of you in person and meeting my wonderful, wonderful students in person and seeing what it's, I'm like, I didn't realize you're so tall, Dasha, things like that, And, even though I'm like a homebody who loves to be in sweats and all that kind of stuff, I'll wear like a collared shirt and sweats underneath, like news anchors may do. It was really worth like coming here to see you all in the flesh. And I just, that connection really means so much to me. Where am I? We've certainly been through quite a challenging year together. And if I could sort of journey map what the year's been like maybe for all of you, it'd be kind of like a roller coaster where, you're kind of going up, getting ready, shooting down, going through all kinds of things, through loops and, all kinds of screaming moments and calm moments, fun moments, wind in your hair moments, and then finally kind of breaking to this moment here where we are today to share the work and the journey you've been on. Before I get into talking about the students here, I first wanted to just say thank you to Mia, to Chessa, to Christian, to Gail, to all the staff here, and all the other advisors that are part of this sort of ecosystem or community. It makes me really realize that none of this, convergence of being here, none of that could have happened without us doing this together. And I'm really thankful for that. And I'm just really thankful to, feel that power, that strength, and that care that people have brought to get us on this stage today. So thank you for that. And thanks, Mia, for your leadership. So we have 4 presentations remaining today. And I can't express how thankful I am to have had you all allow me to be part of your journeys. I know that wasn't hard because I know a lot of this is very personal, very emotional, very close to your hearts, the topics that you chose for your work. So Sharon, who will go up first, you have had such this natural way of connecting with people, and we saw that through your work with the Chinese elders here in New York City. I really, really hope that you remember that. I kept saying that to you during our one-on-ones, that is such a skill to have, and I hope that you continue to take that skill, that talent, that natural innateness in you through your work, because that's really going to shine. So I'm excited to see how that looks in your future. So-hun, where are you? Back there? I know I nagged you so much all the time on our one-on-one discussions, and you put up with me. And I thank you for that, for letting me just go off about all kinds of stuff. But what I think that really showed was just you've just been so strong through this entire thing. You've had such a challenging topic, but it's your vocation, as you said it up front. And I really hope that I was there for you to help you come to the place you are today. Haley, your work, I know you're not here, but somewhere if you're watching, I hope you're awake. Your work to identify the needs of young Chinese women who are dealing with body shaming challenges just resonated so well with me. I know it was so personal for you, and it was so personal for me also as an Asian American female who has struggled with those things throughout my life. And lastly, the team of 3 here, Dasha, Evan, and Bridget. I so much enjoyed having conversations with you. Our meetings were so amazing. I would walk away boy, I don't know enough. I need to go study more as a designer. You really challenged me, I think. And your hyper-local approach to building resilient communities in East Village is brilliant. And I'm just really excited to continue to see what kind of work you do for this city. Before I jump off, I just wanted to say to all of you that I really think that you've chosen to be part of a really important practice, and a practice that I hope that you'll continue to question, so it can undo all that sort of depressing stuff that George talked about earlier today, but also for you to be able to design the good stuff that's going to really lead us to a better world and a more just world. And yeah, with that, I just really hope to see all of you out there in this wild and beautiful, crazy world. Thank you so much, and I have so much respect and love for you all. So thank you, and I will let Sharon take it away.
Hello, let me introduce to you Ni Hao Friends, a project that enriches senior Chinese immigrants' lives in New York City. Before I came to New York, I met Mr. Cao. He owns a Chinese shop in Maryland. I go to his shop when I miss Chinese food and want to talk in Chinese. Later, we became friends. He told me that he still runs the shop in his 70s because his only friends are his customers. He has nothing to do if the store closes. Because of his health condition, he moved to Seattle to live with his daughter. The loneliness he struggled with had brought my attention to senior Chinese immigrants' challenge. According to the U.S. Census, there are more than 1 million people over 65 years old in New York City. Even before the pandemic, there are near a quarter of older Americans were social isolated. There are more than 600,000 Chinese immigrants in New York City, and more than 120,000 of whom are over the age of 60. After COVID-19, seniors don't have access to vital information, they lose social support, and also food insecurity. Through the project, I interviewed 27 senior Chinese immigrants and other stakeholders, including related experts, social workers, and senior organizations. To build trust and connect with Chinese senior community here in New York City, I have gone to almost all the places in Chinatown that seniors might visit to talk to them and learn about their journey. I also volunteered for 5 months to deliver meals to seniors every week. Out of those visits, I became friends with 4 seniors. I met Miss Xie and Miss Yu when I was volunteering in Brooklyn. I met Mr. Chen and Mr. Lin when I was interviewing in Chinatown. In an early exercise, I asked the senior to write down their journey of a day. Through their journey, I learned that their only way to entertain is to watch videos and go to parks, but they are interested in wellness, making friends, and gain access to more information. The challenges for senior immigrants are language barrier and cultural difference. Many are shy and fear to making new friends. There are also stereotypes of people think Chinese are successful and don't need help. Some of their needs include company, communication, opportunity to connect, and contribute with others, and access to information. Through my thesis year, I had the honor to work with Hot of Dinner, an organization formed after the pandemic. Every Wednesday, volunteers deliver care packages include meals and fresh veggies to combat food insecurity and isolation with Asian seniors community. The bags are the highlight of their service, which includes handwritten letters and illustration created by volunteers. To truly design with seniors, I asked their thoughts on prototypes that I want to design. Here is a summary of 5 prototypes I've done. A total of 53 seniors participated in the test. The purpose of virtually community sharing and letter exchange is to increase the social connections among seniors. Through these 2 prototypes, I learned the seniors are eager and enjoy to communicate since they don't have many opportunities to make friends in their lives. Handcraft workshop, resources website, and care package entertainment aims to better use their free time at home. Through these 3 prototypes, I learned that they are very interested in trying new things. The activity have brought positivity in their thinking. They need a platform to gain information to have more choice in their free time. Through testing, I realized there are so many ways to support, but I cannot do them all and alone. I wanted to share these tools with others who are willing to help. Hot of Dinner's volunteer model inspired me to build on it, a volunteer community to help seniors in more ways together. My thesis statement is to address the social isolation that Chinese seniors have been increasingly experiencing because of pandemic. I'm building a volunteer community for creative ways and subject matter experts to support senior Chinese immigrants that are currently based in New York City to enrich their senior lives. This volunteer community includes people from all sectors and all ages, including seniors that are interested in contributing ideas. The model is designed to be facilitated by Hot of Dinner. It's envisioned that interesting volunteers can join in through the Get Involved section on Hot of Dinner's website. Through this way, volunteers can sign up easily on website. Here is how it works. Volunteers will first sign up Hot of Dinner's website. Then they will join the monthly volunteer workshop to design and produce a product. Deliver volunteers will add this activity to the mail bags and deliver this to seniors. There will also be survey distributed to get feedback from seniors. In the near future, we hope to merchandise the product and attract more fundings for Hot of Dinner. To help you understand, this is a screenshot of one of the virtual workshops. We had both designers and experts who have worked with seniors joining this workshop. This workshop started with getting to know each other, and then I designed several prompts for participators to brainstorming the games for seniors. We have shared our favorite physical game, and we talk about different elements, materials, and forms to use in the making later. The game will design data in the end. Story Collage is aimed for seniors to share their story and create something together. Dr. Chen, one of the workshop participants, said he enjoyed brainstorming with other volunteers from different backgrounds. He was happy and fulfilled, realizing his creation could contribute to seniors, and he'd like to continue joining the workshop like this and use his profession to help. After this volunteer workshop, we refine and finalizing what we can create and add the activity we design into the care package. One of Hot of Dinner's greatest needs right now is to attract more funding in order to continue to support seniors and expand their service offering. Hot of Dinner has already collaborated with different artists and merchants to attract funding, and what I hope that our volunteer community of creative can evolve and thinking about ways to develop more funding ideas through the design. Hot of Dinner said they are interested in implementing this in future with more capacity. Hot of Dinner was started at the beginning of the pandemic by just 2 people, Ying and Mulin. In a single year, they have grown their volunteership and service over 1,500 seniors weekly. Their work will certainly contribute beyond this crisis. They have truly done so much for the Asian senior community. Through this journey, I bonded deeply with the seniors that I worked with. They have enlightened my life through different ways. Every time Mr. Lin and I met, he would always bring me this cup of hot tea to warm me in the cold winter. He has been so supportive of my work and school life and treated me like his own family. Mrs. Yu would always welcome me when I deliver food to her, even on the raining cold days. This sweet memory made me believe even more as a designer continue design small endeavors like this to support the community. I'm very grateful for them going through this journey with me, and I sincerely hope this intervention can break the current barrier and enrich their lives in creative ways. 谢谢. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. As you know, today I'm bringing up a religious-related topic. I'm Sohuni, pronouns she, her, and I'm from Korea. I was born into a Christian family. I've had some ups and downs, but overall my faith has been very stable, and I believe my true self and my values have been inspired and came from within the gospel. Being a missionary is my life's goal. For those who don't know what a Christian missionary is, Christian missionaries are the people who promote their religious belief and encourage others to believe in Christianity as well. However, my faith took a new turn when I came to the US. Here's where my research started, from harm. I found this data from a BBC article, and everything started from this one Facebook post written by a former missionary. From this, I realized what has happened around Christianity and mission work, which were unpleasant truths to me. She said, I used to be a missionary. I thought I was doing God's work, but if I'm being honest, I was doing work that made me feel good. Why did I assume that they were lost? Why did I assume their lives needed changing? This is white supremacy. This is colonization. And I saw how a lot of people were agreeing to what she was saying. It was quite shocking to me. To me, the Bible is a source of perfect truth. I thought delivering the good news of the gospel could never be harmful to anyone, and I still believe it. Then where did it go wrong? I'm really curious on why and how mission work turned into a harmful act. Before I jumped to the conclusion, I felt that I really needed to know not only the positive aspect, but also the negative aspect of Christian history and mission work. Let me walk you through what I found. History of bloodshed and brutality. Giving or forcing unnecessary help. Normally, missionaries go to the mission field with relief supplies to contribute to the local people. From the book Toxic Charity, Robert said, maybe hurting more than helping. How? Dependency. Destroying personal initiative. Creating dependency can be the result of toxic charity. And political conflict. Judging people, not embracing. Traumatizing people. How do these things happen? Through my research work and the conversations I had, an insight that I realized is that Christians and missionaries, they carry false idea, and this cause their harmful actions. I'm right, you're wrong. Including myself, Christians judge people who have different ideology and easily overlook the fact that I can be wrong. This is good news to me, so it is for you as well. This idea generates ignorance about local tradition and its religion. I feel good not because I'm helpful to you, but because I'm doing good. Missionaries tend to interpret people's needs with their own assumptions and think the way they give help will always be helpful to the people. All these things said, this perspective do not include the community voice, cultural identity, and their history. Therefore, when people hear missionary, Christianity, gospel, Jesus, those words remind people of their skull of traumas that Christians caused. Based on the Facebook post that I showed you in the beginning, and the toxic charity I explained earlier, I focused on Christian missionaries' work. There are still 41% of the world population that have not encountered Christianity, which means Christian missionaries will want to reach out to those areas in the near future. In other words, they are the potential population that can be reached out with these false ideas by the missionaries. Therefore, I would like to reform the missionary method of approaching these cultures to prevent more damage. I am the person who knows the value of the gospel, but don't want local communities get harmed by incorrect gospel with these false ideas. Here's my thesis statement. With my partner Global Mission Team, I'm building a reformative principle for missionaries to achieve better understanding in both the fundamentals of mission work and also the cultures of their engaged population. Here's my community partner, Global Mission Team. GMT reaches out to the multi-ethnic people currently living in New York who are willing to participate in the training program in GMT. Typically, mission agencies here send out Americans to other countries, but GMT send the local people to their own countries. That's because they know that the local people can understand their communities better than anybody else. Also, they realized this was the only way to prevent the further harm in their ministry. The third GMT, I had met Missionary Park. He has been in Panama for 33 years, working as a missionary for Kuna tribe in a jungle area called Ipeti for 22 years. And now the Kuna people think of him as their true friend. He said, "Don't try to change anything. We shouldn't change anything. We are helping in a way for them to become their own solutions." I found hope in his mission work, and it becomes my direction for this thesis. His mission work was always based on his faith in God, which led him to sincerely love the local people and truly help them with what he can offer. Here's what Missionary Park did in Panama, and I set his actions to my direction. He gave needed help. He has informed Kuna people about the beneficial services they didn't know about. The Kuna have no idea even the national services they could get. So Missionary Park has informed Kuna people of free medical services for those who ask them. He acknowledged Kuna culture and tradition and respected them. He boosted the Kuna's pride about their own cultures, natural resources, and communities they have. He didn't give anything to the Kuna people, but he let them know how amazing things they have are, so that they do not rely on relief supplies, but try to work things out on their own. So finally, he did appropriate and timely sharing. So when people want to have worship, they come to Missionary Park's place and ask him to run it. So he has been doing his mission work over 20 years, living with Kuna people. Although they are a very protective and cohesive group, they accepted him like their family member and now call him their true friend. I hope his practice, which is the biblical way and not causing harm, but making harmony, can be known widely so other people can learn from him. So I came up with the idea of paired content of the video and discussion guide. Through my research work, knowing that I'm working with the international community via Zoom during pandemic, I came up with an idea to provide resources through an online platform. And as well as we know, video content is way more powerful than text on the paper. The video content are about Missionary Park's story, and each video content a principle according to his practice. Also, several questions follow with each video that help people to think deeply. Each video has a simple discussion guide, and this guide can be used for self-learning as well as group discussion. Through a parallel video and discussion guide, it helps to increase the understanding of cultural diversity and open more spaces for discussion around mission work. Here's my process. Data is collected and organized through weekly Zoom meeting, and based on the data, the stories are made into 3 to 5 videos. According to the video content, discussion guide is made through the discussion with the missionary partner. So now I am here. I got some feedback about my prototype from 4 different GMT missionaries. According to the survey they answered, they all wanted to use this content for both self-learning and group discussions. And they wanted to partner with me so the videos and the guide content about their culture can be made. Here's my final intervention. Web and YouTube channel that was made with the missionary partners. Through web page, people will be able to access the content and all the videos will be uploaded through YouTube. The culture categories are displayed on the main page so that users can see relevant cultures together inside each category. When you select a culture on the main page, corresponding videos and guides content will be provided. And anybody can watch the video content and download discussion guide for their use. Through YouTube channel, it will be a great way to make videos accessible to the public, especially for those who have interest in mission work, or even for the missionaries who didn't have such critical point of view before. The discussions will be extended to the public through the comment section from both the website and YouTube channel. Like this. So this project will continue with the missionary partner from GMT. Starting from the Panama Kuna tribe, Japan and India will follow. I hope this project embraces as many cultures as possible. Also, I need to acknowledge that in order for us to do this with GMT, I'm looking forward to bringing more people into the community, especially those who have been harmed, to help us to see issues more accurately and design principles in a better way, so that not only missionaries, but also more people come to the grounded understanding of diversity and ethics. I look forward to seeing more people engaged as the discussion around mission work are accumulated, so that we get to understand each other better. Togetherness can be spread with respect. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, I'm Haley, and I'm from China. To introduce my thesis project More Than One, I want to start with my own experience. When I was in college, I used to be very unconfident in my body image. Whenever I looked in the mirror, I always thought, I'm so fat, I'm so ugly. Whenever I see the internet celebrities on social media with fair skin and skinny bodies, I felt inferior. At the same time, I experienced an eating disorder, but I didn't even know the symptoms were defined as an eating disorder, and I felt very helpless at that time. To understand Chinese aesthetic culture, let's take the perspective from our history. From dynasty to dynasty, Chinese beauty has always been influenced by emperors and men, as well as multiple political and cultural causes. Traditional Chinese aesthetics had a preference for women who are young, fair-skinned, thin, delicate, and well-behaved. And Chinese women are expected to cater to these standards. Nowadays, with the spread of liberalization and the women's rights movement in China, our society is accepting diversity more than ever before. Despite the movement, traditional aesthetics and Chinese male-centered culture still exist. However, just like the professor of eating disorder and nutrition, Cynthia Bullock said, women are experiencing a self-esteem crisis. We doubt ourselves, undervalue ourselves, and second-guess ourselves, and much of this devaluation gets played out on the weight and the physical appearance battlefield. Now in China, it's very common to find the commercial advertising of whitening products, slimming products, and plastic surgery. Many internet celebrities have big eyes, pointed chins, white skin, and long legs on social media. Various body challenges are popular from time to time. Media accounts post articles judging women's appearance. Weight loss is a trend. Thin and young means beautiful. White skin means praise. These factors caused Chinese women to face a very harsh social atmosphere about appearance. Many are struggling with body shaming. Body shaming means criticizing yourself or others because of physical appearance. It will lead to appearance anxiety, the fear that one will be negatively evaluated because of the appearance. In China, 64% of Chinese young women have appearance anxiety. 80% are unsatisfied with their body image. 91% are not considered obese, but many are trying to lose weight. According to the research, extensive levels of body shaming can have negative emotional effects, including a reduction in self-esteem and other issues, such as eating disorders, anxiety, body dysmorphia, and depression. Also, body shaming can lead to serious depression, especially when So far, I have done an online survey, workshops, interviews with experts and my community. And I partner with one organization, two mental health experts, and build my community. Body shaming comes from four aspects. First, media and social media. Exposure to idealized images of body in the media increased body dissatisfaction. Second, parents and family. Talking about weight is common in Chinese families. It reinforces traditional body ideals. Third, comparisons with peers, because peers play an important role in reinforcing what an ideal body looks like. Fourth, cultural influences, because we praise women who comply the beauty standard, young, thin, and white. To understand how many young Chinese women struggle with body shaming and their behaviors, I did an online survey and got 49 responses from Chinese women who are 18 to 40 years old. I found most of the respondents are not satisfied with their appearance. Family, friends, peers, and society, social media are influencing their perception of their body images. Body dissatisfaction made them feel upset, and they chose dieting, taking more exercise, and having less social activities. When they face appearance anxiety, more than half didn't try to find any external supports to cope with their mental problems. My focus for my work is with Chinese young women from 18 to 30 years old. I belong to this group and resonate with them the most. 18 to 30 years old are also the most affected by body shaming. They face the negative influences from social media, consumerism, family, peers, and the society. There are supports from online groups and social organizations, but the number of them is small and the help and resources they provide are limited. Also, not all families and friends are picky. Many of them are supporting Chinese young women, no matter how they look. Chinese mental health experts told me there are not many mental health organizations in China, and people are reluctant to accept psychological counseling because they feel ashamed, and they don't know where to find professionals, and the service is expensive. My community told me, I never heard about the words eating disorder or body shaming, even though I was suffering from it. I don't want to tell my body image stress to my friends or family. They just don't understand. I don't know what to do with my appearance anxiety. I only endure the pains. From all my primary and secondary research results, I concluded the insights. Many Chinese young women who are facing body shaming are not noticing their mental problems. They are ashamed of talking about their problems and feeling misunderstood and unsupported. They have little knowledge of the strategies to cope with appearance anxiety, and there isn't enough professional support available to them. So this is what led to my problem statement. Many Chinese young women suffer from body shaming, but there are few supporting organizations in society. They lack the resources and professional knowledge to cope with the mental health issues caused by body shaming. So knowing this, I asked myself, how might we provide effective supports and build a community for Chinese young women 18 to 30 years old who are challenged by appearance anxiety and body shaming? My first prototype is a workshop creating opportunities for communication and sharing. I organized a workshop in Beijing and had 9 participants. I prepared some small activities to open the conversation, and we covered topics like why we are facing body shaming problems, who is influencing us, what can we do to fight against it. I learned that participants are willing to share their problems and stories in a group. Speaking out made them feel better. Group sharing made them feel happy and increased the understanding between each other. My second prototype is designing a toolkit that can address the common anxieties caused by body shaming. It includes a guidebook to encourage building self-esteem, a booklet encouraging healthy eating, and cards to give prompts in daily life. I invited my community to test it, and I found they liked the ideas and they appreciated the time to recall the good parts of their life. They like the prompts and the booklet because they are quick and easy. These practices made them feel more satisfied with themselves. So my intervention, More Than One, it is a social project focusing on coping with Chinese women's appearance anxiety and body shaming issues. It provides Chinese women with tools of well-being and self-care to help them practice basic psychological skills to cope with body image anxiety. It also provides a safe platform for everyone to share thoughts and stories and give a space for people to feel being understood and supported. I partnered with a nonprofit organization located in both Canada and China called For a Safer Space. It is a nonprofit social enterprise that provides accessible mental health care to Chinese. They are helping me to promote this project. I also partnered with mental health experts to help me develop the toolkit and make sure it is safe to use, and women aged 20 to 30 who are members of this community. This is the overview of my intervention. It contains a website with 3 parts. The toolkit for download, it helps users learn psychological skills to cope with appearance and stress. Share resources to provide knowledge of maintaining positive mental health. And the sharing space, a safe platform for people to share thoughts and stories where they will feel being understood and accompanied. As for the toolkit, it follows 3 principles. Positive psychology, the scientific study of what makes life most worth living. Appreciate inquiry. It's a change management approach that focuses on identifying what is working well, analyzing why it is working well, and then doing more of it. Gratitude journaling, the habit of recording and reflecting on things that you are grateful for on a regular basis. The experts recommended using this because they are commonly used in psychological counseling. Based on these principles, there are 3 practices in the toolkit. This is how the website looks like, and you can go to morethanone.cn to learn more. The toolkit can be downloaded from the website to make it easier to spread and use. Several users said, after the practices, I feel grateful to myself. I didn't know the principles before, but I want to continue to do the practices and journals. I hope there will be more free tools in the future. For the future of More Than One, while I am collaborating right now with For a Safer Space to spread the tool, I hope to continue to use the power of social organization to let more people know about this project. I also aim to continue to collaborate with more women to grow the content for the More Than One website and toolkit. In the future, I hope to unite more organizations and experts to encourage them to pay attention to Chinese women's mental health, work with experts to design more free supportive tools for Chinese women. Thanks for listening. There's more than one standard for beauty, and you are never alone.
Last but not least, we're here to present you our thesis project, Rooted Restaurants. Food and culture are the heart and soul of every city. We all have a soft place in our hearts for the restaurants we love. It's not just the food connecting us, but the carefully selected ambience, thoughts, welcoming faces, and bright spaces that continually invite us in for another meal. And left the restaurant industry scrambling for survival. In mid-March 2020, New York restaurants began to close preemptively, just days before the state mandate shut down. Many of our most cherished restaurants that we gather lifelong memories will never reopen again. This unique time of COVID-19 also presents as an opportunity of much-needed reflection and change in the restaurant industry.
The restaurant industry is one of the largest and fastest growing sectors of the U.S. economy, employing 15.1 million employees, yet it is the lowest paying. The restaurant industry has a lot of issues related to inequity that can be traced back to structural racism and ultimately capitalism. A 2020 report from the New York City Comptroller's Office found that 85% of Black, Indigenous, and people of color and women-owned restaurants believe that they won't survive the next 6 months. And 30% believe they will be out of business within a month. When we spoke to Wendy Garcia, who is the Chief Diversity Officer from the New York City Comptroller's Office, she told us that these issues around inequity are because of the way that these systems and formal institutions have been built that left out many people of color from having the same access.
So we are Evan, Bridget, and Dasha. We are a team of 3, and this project arises from our deepest appreciation for food and the sorrow we felt when restaurant industry was struggling in the pandemic. Our work is rooted in both theory and the ground community research with multiple stakeholders. Throughout the project, we have conducted 24 expert interviews, 23 resident intercepts, more than 90 literature and media reviews, and 17 hours plus of participatory activities. The research takes place in East Village, which is a lively historical neighborhood that celebrates diversity in food and culture. We have partnered with a local community organization, East Village Community Coalition, and work closely with Laura Sewell, who is the executive director of the organization.
Through our research, we learned that restaurants are not traditionally connected to each other. We spoke with Nicole Biscardi, who's the hospitality specialist at the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, and she shared that she would like to see restaurant owners sharing solutions with one another and cross-pollinating ideas in the industry. We learned that historically restaurant owners don't speak to each other, yet they face a very unstable business with unpredictable futures and very low profit margins. They also face very much increased barriers, and this is especially true in the financial institutions for people of color, immigrant-owned, and women-owned restaurants. They also work in silos, so restaurant owners don't know what other owners are facing, and they don't know what solutions they are coming up with. And we began to wonder what might change if they were to operate from an interdependent model. We spoke with Jen Kim, who's a senior advisor at the New York City Office of Economic Opportunity, and she shared that restaurants that were connected to their communities were able to recover more quickly from the pandemic.
So through our organization, we partner with a cohort of 8 restaurants. It's a diverse cohort with different cuisine and culture, including Ethiopian, Mexican, Mediterranean, Indian, etc. Talking to these restaurant owners made us notice the community thrival rooted in interdependence. Ollie, the owner of CMB Cafe, believes that CMB is deeply rooted in its community. Throughout the pandemic, CMB has been distributing bakery goods to other local restaurants, donating meals, banking local, knowledge sharing with other restaurant owners, and also focused on building relationship with local residents.
Ollie shared with us that since day one, he's made a point to know his customers' names in their regular order. He says that CMB Cafe is often the meeting grounds for both new residents and longtime residents to meet and develop connections. He says that this relational aspect is one of the most important pieces of his business. Ultimately, we learned that restaurants that are rooted in community are more resilient in the future.
Resilient systems are learning systems. In our project, we define resilience as the capacity to adapt, change, and reorganize when faced with disturbances such as COVID-19. And our thesis statement is, how might we work with immigrant-owned businesses and restaurants on Avenue B in the East Village by co-creating a community-centered interdependence framework?
So knowing the context of limited organizing approaches and tools, we have also acquired specific restaurant owner needs through in-depth interviews. This includes marketing, funding, and staffing support. So we began to think, restaurant resilience is about learning how to adapt to challenges and take on a holistic perspective.
We'd like to introduce you to Shruti, who's one of the restaurant owners we've been working with. Shruti opened Kaladi, which means player, 6 months before the pandemic to share her South Indian cuisine with the East Village. Within the first few months of the pandemic, she had to lay off 50% of her staff and also experienced vandalism. No matter what obstacles she faced, she continues to support her employees and innovate her business. She shared with us that the East Village community is one of the main reasons she's been able to survive.
So to address both the interdependence aspect and specific restaurant owner needs, we approached prototypes in two areas. First, we wanted to increase communication between restaurant owners, and we wanted also to increase communication between restaurant and local community. So in January, we set up an Instagram account that served as a communication tool. We have attended 2 rounds of open street events in the East Village and to engage with local residents. We have hosted a community hackathon during NYC Open Data Week to problem solve and co-create with local community members. And we have also designed a design sprint that served as a conversational tool for restaurant owners and started a group chat for them to resource and knowledge share.
We view our final intervention as a playbook for restaurant crisis, a roadmap to restaurant resilience, and a possible future.
Our playbook is for community organizers, immigrant-owned, BIPOC, women-owned independent restaurants, community coalitions and organizations, and anyone who wants to practice community with local restaurants and small businesses. Our playbook is split into 4 parts. We begin with meal prep, setting the table, getting acquainted, and dining together. The playbook is designed to be used in a nonlinear way where communities could pick whatever they need based on the context and their needs.
Our playbook opens up with an overview of how to navigate the different sections. We then move into, So our playbook opens up with how to navigate the different sections. And then we move to meal prep, which goes over how to set values as a team, define team roles, and figure out how you all want to work together. We then move to setting the table, which goes over how to use theory as a critical foundation for your project. We highlight the 3 that we used in our project, which is interdependence, food justice, and social determinants of health. We then go to getting acquainted, which goes over how to identify and develop a relationship with a key community stakeholder, conduct primary and secondary research, and utilize participatory research as a means to co-create with your community. We then end with dining together, which goes over tools that community organizers and restaurant owners can use right away. This includes how to plan an internship program and host an internship program, how to identify and leverage already existing community resources, how to put together a restaurant owners group chat and how to moderate the chat, a packet of design sprints that can be used as creative and conversational tools for restaurant owners, and then also how to plan a community hackathon and guiding questions to conduct during the hackathon. We then close with references and a glossary for future use.
And we apologize for the technical difficulty we have. This is supposed to be a video, but...
Large top-down systems of support frequently leave out the most vulnerable restaurants that need the most support. We believe that these systems should make space for communities to self-determine their own needs and solutions. There's power in being connected to others. We are creating alternatives for us to survive and thrive and offset the barriers related to equity that many immigrant restaurants face always, but especially in the time of pandemic. We are creating connections to be able to increase equitable access to resources, knowledge and resource sharing on navigating formal systems, build community solidarity, and grassroots organizing.
we'd like to give you an example of the playbook in use. So the East Village Community Coalition, our community partner, is going to hire a Rooted Restaurants marketing intern sometime in the summer or fall of 2021. And this intern will be able to start a group chat for the restaurant owners, and Shruti from Kaladi, and then Ollie from CMB will both join the chat. And Ollie's actually redoing his restaurant space. He's renovating right now. And we suppose that he might have some extra scraps left over. And so he's able to place this in the chat. And Shruti, who actually wants to redo her outdoor dining area and add a bench, is able to pick up these scraps from Ollie and build her bench, thus resource sharing.
Throughout our project, we noticed examples of interdependence everywhere and how this frame of thinking fosters resilience. As Charles Eisenstein, author of Sacred and Economic States, we are realizing our own inseparability from each other and from the totality of life.
Rooted Restaurants imagines a future where restaurants are resilient, where workers, restaurant owners, community organizations are able to adapt, learn, and be flexible when faced with challenges such as COVID-19. In the near future, our community partner, East Village Community Coalition, will continue implementing our interventions.
In the further future, we hope that other community organizations can take this work and build community and relationships with local restaurants and the surrounding residents and evolve this work.
Thank you for listening.
Wow, that flew by with such incredible work. Thank you, students, new future creative leaders and social designers. I'll give you a big hand. And thank you everyone who joined us today. I'm going to start with some noting that these kind of things don't happen in isolation, as you can see from all of the work that has been shared tonight. I am so grateful for the dedicated staff, the DSI faculty, and all of our students for your commitment to doing things differently, for keeping hope that we could do something that seemed so impossible at the time, and when needed, boldly speaking up, which none of you have a problem with. I would like to express my deep appreciation for every one of you. You have shifted the way that I think and the way that the department exists. To the class of 2021, their support networks, of course, and our entire DSI community, I appreciate you so much. SVA President David Rhodes, Provost Christopher Cyphers, and the SVA administration for keeping us going through a very, very tough year. George A. and Greater Good Studio for always being our inspiration and our bright spots. The SVA theater team who has really took on a challenge today to integrate people from all over the world so that we could have one cohesive gathering together. You make this magic happen. Our core thesis advisors, Sahar, Sloan, Mari, Kara, you inspire me so much. We had long, long discussions, and I hope we have many, many more. We have so much more work to do, and I'm so happy to do it with you. Our staff, I have so much love for my big staff. Christian Gomez, Chessa Cahill, Gail Linares. Please, let's give them a hand of... I really couldn't have done this without you. The hours of planning, so many phone calls, so many Zooms, and prep to make this day run perfectly. So thank you. Evan Ressiger, who was just up here on the stage, thank you for managing our social media and keeping everybody's work visible. And Lenine Wells from Sublation Studio for our amazing DSI Thesis Show branding. We hope that you're inspired by all these presentations as I am, and that it's helped you see that it's beyond just wanting to do good in the world, that we really do need to think critically. We need to be encouraged that we can restore our connections and our ecosystems. We need to imagine and dream bigger. We need to take actions towards more collaborative, interdependent, and sustainable societies. And I'm struck also, I'm going to add this, it wasn't in my notes, but this ability to navigate hybridity, that we are working in a online and in-person space, and we probably will moving forward, is going to impact all of our work. And you have allowed us to see what's possible. After a very unpredictable and challenging year, I see so much more clearly that our approaches to design, especially when we're trying to make a social impact, need to shift. And so we're shifting. These times, I like to say design is always about possibility. And as George told us, maybe that means we have to say no sometimes. But we're realizing that we don't always have to do things the way we always have. Can we just collectively admit that some things have not worked for a very long time? So maybe we can just take a pause and move on. As a design department, we question how to do this. And you've been with us every step of the way in so many dimensions, in our communities, in a digital world, in collaboration with each other and the planet, with a long view to the future, to reduce harm and support healing. We need design approaches that care, and I've said this over and over to you, that this idea of care means that we prioritize our relationships over transactions. We must take time to reconsider how we design to make space for those who are underserved and not invited to the table. We need new methods to shift power and to include those who have and live the experience. So what we teach at DSI, and you've all been a part of shaping this, is that design is not a one-size-fits-all process. That design is a practice, and as a practice, it can improve. And I would like to see you keep improving it. I believe social design transforms, and it transforms people as represented by all of you. Anybody who's watched you today can see that you're growing, you're stretching, and you're broadening yourselves, as well as the field of design. Your class is particularly dear to me. You were my first graduating class as chair of DSI. I remember so clearly meeting each one of you. You came in as an inquisitive group, talented, bright, thoughtful, poetic, and you continue to question, even up until this morning, and challenge assumptions everywhere you go. And that is such a gift. You were disrupted in your second semester of your graduate program due to the pandemic, and we dispersed. We went to far places. We met late in the night and early in the mornings. And you defined what new collaborations look like and how we need to be more mindful and compassionate in our interactions. When COVID arrived, I'm so cognizant that you could have left. You could have just said, I'm going to put my education on hold. I have other things, bigger things I've got to deal with right now. But you chose to stay. And you've helped to figure out what this new narrative looks like moving forward. So now we're back together again. And I'm ever grateful that you have supported each other and DSI on this epic journey. Abdulrahman, Amwaj, Jacqueline, Veda, Leah, Nishita, Allison, Nidhi, Shuyu, Haley, Jambi, Mahima, Zucham, Andy, Anand, Laura, Evan, Jingyi, Bridget, Dasha, Sherry, Chiangwan, Sharon, Sahun, Esther, Jinchin, and Yurin. I will never forget our time together. And DSI will always be your community. In the middle of lockdown, when times were dark, one of our first-year students gave me a deck of cards called The Harvest of Survival. It's upside down. Message received, Mickey. Really needed this. It was a gift, and I give this gift to you now. Octavia Butler from the Parable of the Talents writes, with wisdom and forethought to benefit your world, your people, your life. Consider consequences, minimize harm, ask questions, seek answers, learn, teach. Graduates, you know you have the capabilities now to make a difference in such wild and wonderful ways. Feel proud of what you accomplished. Be bold. Remember what brings you joy. Go out in the world quickly, please. Do this work, do more of it, bring others along with you, and question, learn, and teach. It's this reciprocal gift that we need to keep this cycle going. Oops, sorry. So, without further ado, I'm thrilled to present this year's MFA Design for Social Innovation class of 2021. You deserve it. Your work will be here forever. And you'll don't forget what you've been able to do. We have a tradition before we go, and we celebrate all of you at DSI, where the first-year students say thank you and a goodbye to their mentors in the graduating class. So they don't disappoint. They're here on the phone. Some of them are here in this room. We end here knowing that it's a new beginning. So let's roll.
Congratulations!
Hello, class of 2021. So excited for you as you graduate this year and move on out into the world.
Congratulations! You did it! And here is the poem for you.
It was 2019 when you started, young, fresh and new, beginning school at DSI.
You built your own little crew. You had so much time to learn each other and your teachers too.
You did so many group projects and built a nuanced worldview.
There was so much to learn about futures, structures, and interventions based on the basic exercises of power, privilege, and connection.
The friends you made here in the past 2 New York Boom years
will always push you forward in thought life and career. The world is going to change now because you all have superpowers.
And while you may not have a real cap, we are here to give you flowers.
So congratulations, you did it! From your mentees who got to watch part of you grow, we are so excited to see the world you build for tomorrow.
Class of 2021, thank you for teaching us about what it takes to be authentic, vulnerable, and courageous designers.
We're like some kind of weird internet friends. Your work has inspired me so much, and that made me feel like we know each other for a while. Yes, I really want to meet you live in person. I don't even know how tall are you.
Congratulations!
And good luck with your future.
It was 2019 when you started new. Begin DSI, you build your little crew. You've learned from each other and your teachers too. So many group projects, you built a worldview. There's much to learn about intervention based on exercise power connection. The friends made here in the past 2 years will push you forward in life and career. The world is changing now because of superpower. You may not have a real cape here to give you flowers. So congratulations from your mentee who got to watch you grow and the world beautiful tomorrow.
Okay, please stand up. We've been sitting a long time. Congratulations, class of 2021, Design for Social Innovation Masters. Woo! You did it.